Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Hope you are well. Thank you so much. I hope you are finding me quite loud and clear. Karibu sana kwa hii show. We have a good one just about to happen. Welcome to this great show happening just about now. Karibu sana wadau, karibuni sana. I hope you're doing fine. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. People from all walks of life, karibuni sana. I know you are doing well. I know God has kept you just fine. Karibuni sana kwa hii show. I'm your host, Jix, the moderator, and today I have a good one. Hey, yeah. I have a good show for you. I know you have been seeing it on your platforms, and now ndio imeanza. All right. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for being part of this great discussion. We are looking at so many things today, so please sit back, relax, and enjoy as we have another interesting one. Thank you so much kwa wale tayari wametuma ujumbe kibao. Thank you. I see them and I equally appreciate all your sentiments and feedback. Karibuni sana wadau. Welcome to this show. I'm your host Jakes, the moderator. Na hii ni ile siku ambayo we are having another awesome conversation here at Afric 24 where the conversation never truly stops, okay? We keep it live. We unlock all stories that are making headlines. Here we give it to you as it is. As well, we allow you to come in and contribute and participate in the show pasipo kuogopa, alright? Hapa hatuegemei pande yoyote, hapa hatuna mahali ambapo tunapigia upatu ama debe. Hapa tunakukaribisha wewe Mkenya, unaingia unashabikia hii topic ambayo tuko nayo pasipokuwa wewe ati ni waazimio ama wakenya kwanza zii. Hii ni show ya kila mmoja and you are allowed to be part of this wonderful conversation. Welcome. I know you are doing well and I know you are very ready for this show. Karibuni sana. Karibu wadau. I have another one, a good one for you. Ndio tu tumeanza. All right? Karibu. Leo niwape kitambulisho cha show. All right, here we go. Karibu sana brother mpendwa mtazamaji ambaye unatufuatilia popote ambapo hii show inakupata. Hii show ni show kali ambayo mumeifanya kuwa kubwa hapa nchini na mbali ya nchi. Alright, wasee wa USA asante kwa jinsi ambavyo huwa mnaingia. Asante wasee wa London UK, wasee wa Canada karibuni sana. Asante kwa jinsi ambavyo huwa mnasapoti kipindi kwa nyinyi kutazama na kwa kufuatilia. Watu ambao mmesubscribe to Afric 24, thank you very much. We have another one and I'm telling you tonight we are looking at the broken system. We are looking at the broken system. Of course, this is the story that even made news today and this is what we will be looking at, all right? Tutakuwa tukiangalia some of the systems ambazo zimebreak, some of the processes ambazo zimebreak in this current regime. We'll be asking ourselves why. We need to ask ourselves how can it be fixed, or is it the people who are the problem, or is the system that is the problem? Is it the managerial, is it the human, or what could be the problem affecting our sectors? Well, nakwambia sio education. You know, mpaka the recent released KCSE results has been now challenged in court. Machogu and team have been taken to court. You need education, not to mention the over 130,000 students yet to join high school. We haven't even focused on those who are to join JSS. All right, and the challenges affecting CBC. So we are looking at all that, okay? So ni vitu kibao tutakuwa tunaangalia. We'll be looking at why kumekuwa na delay in you receiving your national ID. Not just your ID, know this, equally passport, despite the promises from one CS Mheshimiwa Kindiki, the challenges that Kenyans are going through while getting that important travel document. Well, We'll be looking at that. The health sector, Wadao, it's another sector that we will be looking at. The challenges therein, the syndicates that zimekuwa zikikuwa tajwa every other day, including this one. Did you know that Edu Afia has lost several billions in a tune of 4 point something billion shillings have been misappropriated, or rather the money cannot really be accounted for because of eduafia. I'll be telling you that and more in as far as education and syndicates involved therein. That is education, that is health, that is in as far as your travel documents and your IDs are concerned. We haven't even talked about the cases in court and the challenges between the judiciary and the executive. So those are the many things we'll be looking at in this show, and I equally invite you to join in. Equally, I'll be telling you that Azimio wamesema wako kidete, wako pamoja. They are still doing well together, despite the rumors fabricated or peddled by media. Media are saying probably the storm in Azimio. Raila Odinga and team today came out and issued a very comprehensive statement regarding Azimio. So that is a matter as well we'll be looking at in this show. So we have a very comprehensive and a detailed show. We'll be equally talking about the Eurobond Kidogo na IMF and what that means to our country. So, hey, stick around. We have a good show lined up for you. But equally, let me know where this is finding you. But karibu sana, karibu tu sana. Thank you for the viewers that we normally have. They are just but amazing crowd. You guys who watch us, ni asante sana. We don't take you for granted. We truly appreciate the fact that you sit down, you subscribe, you watch, you like, you comment, you participate in our shows. We don't take it easy, and we truly appreciate from the bottom of our hearts. We really say thank you. Asante, asante sana wa Kenya. Asante kwa kutufanya wakuu, asante kwa kufuatilia vipindi vyetu murwa ambavyo hutokea hapa Afrique 24. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Ninakupa tu muda ya kusettle in, even before I bring the topics and before I even bring in my guest. But join in, let us have that awaited conversation here at Afrique 24. I'll be equally sharing the link to join me in the studio. It will appear on the comment section, so kindly watch out for that, and to join me in the studio kupitia link ambayo ninatuma hapo kwa comment section. It appear in all the platforms that I have come up to help this program be on air. So whatever platform you're using to tune in, hiyo platform inakutuma moja kwa moja hadi hapa kwa studio. All right, whether you're tuning in from Afrique D24 TV Facebook, Afrique 24 YouTube, Kenya News Link, Leo TV, Mtembei TV, and for Kenya News. If you are tuned in any of those platforms, karibu kwa hii show. All right, hizo ndio channels ambazo zimefanikisha hii show. Okay, they have come all together to make sure that this show is a success. So thank you very, very, very much. And equally, make sure you are part of Afrique 24. So subscribe to Afrique 24 and let us keep the conversation going. It's another nice channel that you truly want to be part of. So kimbia hapo ndani, subscribe, wacha tufanye ile kitu. Ninayo show kali, ninayo show fiti, ninayo show ambayo utapenda. All right, I have several topics I'll be looking at. I have so many things we will be discussing in the course of this bulletin. Okay, so thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much for being part of this conversation. I have a good one lined up for you, including the statement from Martha Kome saying, you know what, we will talk about anything else, but where merits and demerits of a case, that one is non-negotiable. That we cannot do. Judges are free to issue their judgment, free from any sort of intimidation, coercion, or any form of direction from any quarters, including herself. The judges would rule depending on how they see fit a case to be ruled, of course, based on the rule of law, evidence presented, and equally argument argued therein in as far as that case is concerned. So we have a great show for you. Ne? Topics kibao. We will be looking at equally reflect at what happened today in our newspapers. That equally will be flashing here at this show. So stick around. We have a great one for you, an informative one. Yeah, we'll be telling you more than probably you are already informed of. Yeah, so stick around and let me know how you are enjoying this. I see many commenting. Namona Ross Anderson amesema halo to you Rose Anderson. I see Caleb Ndolo associate wametuma ujumbe, asante sana. I thank you, asante tu sana. Joseph Kioko, I see you. Joseph Kioko Peculiar, I see you. Thank you, my brother, for your comments. Tuma ujumbe hapo kwa comment section. Let us have a conversation. Let us have a debate. We'll be looking at broken systems. That's what makes our show. That's what is making headlines. It has been informed by several factors, including our dailies today. If you are asking how are our daily papers looking like today, I'll be showing you just about now. Lakini karibu sana, karibu kwa hii show. All right. Okay, so here we go. All right, so let's have a good time. Let's enjoy this awesome show. Okay, now where do I begin? Can I begin with what we woke up to? We woke up to see this in our dailies. This is what appeared today in your daily nation, and it was quite evident. It was a detailed newspaper. I don't know if you were able to to get a glimpse of it or even had a chance to read it, but I'll be with my panel and equally explaining more on what was therein contained. All right, so that is what has informed our show. That heading as well is what has informed our thumbnail. So that is what makes the show today. So stick around and understand what are these broken systems and how comes they are broken. How can they be fixed? Can they be fixed really? We were promised some of these things by now ought to have been solved. What is causing the delay? Okay, what is causing the challenges? Why is it that money every day we are paying our taxes, but seems things seems not to be running? Every day taxes are being collected. Every day you and I are paying our taxes diligently, religiously, daily, but where systems seems to be broken, something seems not to be working. Despite all this taxation and everything else, Kenya seems not to be on the move. We are yet to see progress in many aspects. Okay, of course, we are trusting that things will change. I see Samuel Kamau, you're saying you're watching from Nakuru. You're saying nice topic, asante sana. Mr. Kamau, welcome so much to this show. All right, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Allow me to begin the show with this fantastic footage from NTV.
That link a critical system break. More so when that link is the only hope that the citizens of Kenya rest upon. Tonight, in the first installment of an exclusive series on broken government services, we show what happens when the load of responsibility is transferred to the ordinary mwananchi, tracking the road of broken promises in the healthcare, national identity cards, pensioners, among others. Now, in part one, we focus on the backlog in the issuance of passports, which has seen mammoth lines sprout out at Nyayo House, contradicting the statement by Cabinet Secretary at the helm of this essential service, Professor Kithure Kindiki, that passports would be issued within 10 days after the physical submission of forms. NTV's Gina Kirori starts off our series, which will run every Tuesday on the Daily Nation and NTV. Here now is that report.
Believe it or not, this is a line of people waiting to get into Nyayo House to know the status of their passport application. Let's take it back to September 2023. when Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure little did many of the Kenyans know that the wait was about to be characterized by longer waits and even lengthier lines, snaking their way against what before was the car park of Nyayo House.
What the people of Kenya are going through is very painful. It should not have happened in the first place, but this is where we are. The solution is not to lament, the solution is to fix it.
In present day, the exhaustion at Nyayo House is palpable. The only thing more broken than the systems here is the broken hopes of Kenyans, some of whom have delayed in reporting for work, education, and other opportunities. Some line up with their babies strapped on their backs, while others give in to the sleep they're wrestling with. All this happens before the desperate push to get ahead of the line, where the attendant shouts out different names of Kenyans who hold their passport application papers in the air. Among those lost in the crowd is a man who we will name Musa, as he has asked us to conceal his identity.
Nilikuwa hiyo kazi nilikuwa nimeenda Somaliland, ni kazi ya kujenga estate. Na nilikuwa nimepatiwa 3 weeks, 4 weeks niende, na sijawahi pata passport ya kwenda Somaliland.
Despite the approved stamp that streaks the receipt that Musa received as proof that he had completed his passport application, he still continues to join the line of tired Kenyans waiting to receive the document after almost 1 year.
Hata kwenda kuangalia passport, sometimes ninakosa fare, ninatembea mguu mpaka Nyayo House, hata ninarudi mguu mpaka hapa pipeline. Miguu juu sijapata kazi zingine, ni ile tu ya kupata siku moja, siku mbili.
It has become among the most coveted documents owing to how even job opportunities and scholarships have been lost by those who trek to Nyayo House on an almost daily basis, only to be met with the same disappointing and ambiguous response of machines breaking down. Musa visits Nyayo House at least once a week to check on the progress of his passport. While Musa was the only one who agreed to speak on camera, other sources interviewed at Nyayo House said they have been waiting for more than 1 year for their passport. One 23-year-old from Utawala, who received a scholarship to study economics in the United States, had not received his passport since finishing the process in June 2023 and missed the intake in September 2023. When questioned about the delays in the issuance of passports, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, through the Office of the Director General Evelyn Chaluget, stated that from November last year, the Directorate of Immigration Services has experienced a surge in the number of passport applications due to labor export policy, academics, and diaspora cases during the festive season in December. The situation has been exacerbated by delays in the supply of critical materials used in passports production due to the disruption of global supply lines. The ministry does not say when they expect the problem to be resolved, only adding that the Directorate regularly replenishes passport stocks and is committed to ensuring that urgent applications are expedited. During one of the over 5 visits the Interior CS made to Nyayo House last year, he labelled the passport office a crime scene and vowed to remove the cartels causing bottlenecks after reports of bribery for passports surfaced. Some Kenyans have had to pay as much as 60,000 shillings in bribes to avoid missing travel deadlines. However, for some Kenyans, such as Musa, the struggle to get a passport is written all over his shoes, which show the wear and tear of his efforts to search for better opportunities outside the country to better his and his family's life. Though we may have given him a lift to help reach the Central Business District for his weekly routine to check the status of his passport, he is uncertain of what tomorrow will hold. Ngina Kirori, NTV.
Sorry, that and many will inform our show today. Okay, we will be looking at these systems. Why could they? What is causing all this? What is causing all these challenges to Kenyans? You know, some of these things, I think they are very vital. They ought not even it ought not even to make news. All right, because some of these things are almost basic human requirement, because it's almost a basic right for you to have a passport. to travel. It is, yeah, because things happen. You can get sick, and the only place you can be treated is not in Kenya. These things happen. Yeah, we have had family members taken to other countries, India and other countries, for treatment. So the right for you to travel, I think it's important. But now the offices that are mandated to facilitate or issue you that important document, when they begin to have such delays, and these are delays that have caused many to really suffer. Kuna watu wamepoteza job opportunities because of that delayed document. All right, there are people who have queued time without number only to seek that important document. And that's not just the passport. Even the national ID, now known as Maisha number, which is still in court, is yet to be formalized, and many Kenyans are still waiting. Umemaliza form 4, hauna hiyo document, and it is one document needed by many. Okay, it's one document you have to have. Even accessing some services, you have to have that number, or that ID card, or that identity card. But if the government can't provide that, and despite the assurances, what really could be the problem? So karibu sana kwa hii show. Asante sana. I had seen Rose in the show. I hope she'll be coming back. I know she might. Thank you so much, Rose Anderson, for coming in. Equally, I see my good friend Geoffrey Mboro is in. My other good friend and colleague, Mr. G, is in, and equally a good friend and brother, Mr. Alex, is equally in the show. Karibuni sana wandugu. I don't know if you're well, but I know you are. Allow me to begin with Mr. G. Mr. G, good evening. Pole sana. Today tumekuwa na mshiki mshiki, tungekuwa na hizi show kama mbili, but we but karibu sana. Ulikuwa unakosekana, napatikana but anyway, mwisho wa siku ndio hii show imeanza. Vipi lakini?
Poa sana, the day was hectic, but I think you're doing
I'm
good.
telling you,
Nafurahi
I
kuona
know,
Mburu,
I know. We were to have
and
several
I'm also
shows
happy to
today,
see
but
Honorable.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Me
happy to
too.
see
I'm
Honorable
equally
Alex.
happy to see them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I hope
So,
show itakuwa poa.
all right. Equally, Geoffrey Mboro, hi, how are you?
Yes, sir. How are you, Mr. Jakes?
I'm fantastic. Hope you're well.
I'm good. I'm doing well. And Mr. G, my
Uh-huh.
good friend.
Uh-huh. Karibu
Yeah,
sana kwa hii
I'm
show.
happy to
I
see you,
really
sir.
hope we have a good conversation today.
yeah. I just have some few minutes, like 20 minutes before I start working, and
Yes,
I'll
yes.
be happy to
Alex,
participate.
yeah. So yeah. Thank you so much for even sacrificing the 20 minutes to be part of the show. Alex, how are you? Good evening.
Pamakawa, I'm okay.
Karibu sana. Good to have you.
Thank you, thank you.
Hope leo utapotea. Hope hauko karibu na ofisi ya serikali kama jana. Jana ulitufanya ile kitu.
No, my Wi-Fi iko na shida, but I'll stay here.
All right. Sawa sawa. All right. Thank you guys for
My
being part
Wi-Fi
of the
iko na
show.
shida, but I'll be here.
All right. Okay. Oh, I know it will be all right eventually. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this show. We have another one ready for us all. We are talking about the broken systems. What could be causing the broken systems? Because it's now becoming a worrying trend. I'm not saying they began with William, but some of these things ought to have by now received serious attention as a matter of urgency. We'll be talking at the constant power outages, like here where I am. Oh yeah. Kuwa na stima ni ama bahati it's almost a blessing having stima. Kukosa ndio kama lazima. We'll be looking at all that and many others. We'll be looking at the health sector, including here in Nakuru, where kuko na story kibao. You want to find out, you want to know about it, just now here in this show you'll know what is happening in War Memorial. So in this show unafaa ukae chini urelax, grab a plate of popcorns na uenjoy. Okay, asante sana. Namwona boss lady ako ndani, unasema uko ndani tu sana. Karibu sana Mboro. Let me start with you. What could be explaining some of these challenges? challenges, of which it's normal to have challenges, but some are extreme because they touch on very vital and almost necessary sectors in our country. What could be causing such broken system, or we don't have a clear flow, in actualization of services and delivery of what we anticipate the government should deliver? What could be informing this? Is it lack of funds? Is it managerial? And I thank God you are a HR. You are best positioned to explain this. Is it negligence? What could be causing all this?
Thank you so much, Mr. Jakes.
Mhm,
Some of these problems, I can term them as artificial problems.
mhm,
I call them artificial because they are created by the people who have vested interests. Like now, you remember, we are having a regime change, and
mhm,
we still
mhm.
have the system which was laid
Uh-huh,
down by the previous regime. So what happens if I
uh-huh,
come in the
mhm,
office and I want to have a say, like
uh-huh,
for instance, I want to be supplying materials? What I'll do, I'll make sure
uh-huh,
it's very hard for
uh-huh,
those who are having those traders to operate, so that I may have a chance
mhm,
to kick them out and then bring in
mhm,
my my mechanism or my
uh-huh,
traders, you know. So
mhm,
some of those
mhm,
things we see them because of vested interests by the people
mhm,
who are people who are powerful, and
mhm,
people who are supposed to provide services to the nation. So what happens? Corruption. Corruption is key
mhm,
whenever you see such kind of things. And
mhm,
so what is going on right now when you hear things to do with the supply of materials and all that? There is
mhm,
somebody who want to get the trader to be.
mhm.
I'm just guessing because I don't have the real information, but I'm just
Yeah.
guessing that
Mhm,
maybe there is somebody powerful somewhere who
mhm,
wants to get the traders to be supplying the materials that make passports. That is one. That could be one. The other problem is that there may be challenges, yes, but also those Nyayo House has been a very serious place when it comes to corruption. I remember I went there in 2006 to apply for a passport, and Jakes, I had to cause drama before I
mhm,
could get my passport. Now, by now, these issues are supposed to be ironed out. I cannot imagine a situation whereby the government is telling people that we don't have materials for producing your passports. There should never be any excuse. So, on that, I don't support, and that is, I can say, that is mismanagement, and that is not acceptable. On the side of Kenya Power, we still have a lot to do. Not just Kenya Power, because we have other like Kengen and the others. But I just want to say we still have a lot to do because we are lagging behind when it comes to power supply in the nation. Some of these are affected by the weather because most of the time we rely on the natural sources like rain and wind to generate our power. So some of those things cannot be avoided. But we need now to start thinking on how do we solve this problem permanently. Not only that, most of our politicians are the owners of these or the shareholders of the power supply in the nation of Kenya. So you find that I don't want to I don't want to start like like a battle in the show, but you find that those who almost own, for instance, Kenya Power, they have great say. They can decide, okay, you people, you are not doing what we want you to do. We're gonna frustrate you because we control the management and such kind of things. So we have been having leaders who control most of these sectors. So and we have politicized our businesses, our parastatals. Kenya, everything has become political, which is very, very, very unfortunate. And we end up derailing our economy. We end up not providing the necessary services to the people. What I can say, can our leaders rise above board, minimize politics, minimize selfishness, and be fair to Kenyans and do what you ought to do? There should never be explanation as to why people should not get good services from their government. So for me, I let me just stop there so that we may have others make their contribution.
All right. I'll be coming to you with like three questions. There are things you have said that are very pertinent and they have really created some thinking in me. So I'll be coming to you just now, yeah. But Mr. G, do you agree with the opening remarks by Mburu that some of the things that affect us could be artificial? They could be generated so as to achieve a certain agenda. Either someone wants to gain tender, someone wants to be the sole supplier. Could also it be informed that it's because some of the people who are there, they're yet to shift allegiance from the previous regime to this regime, so they could equally act as saboteurs or sabotage the current government so as to showcase a system that is not working, a broken system. What could you explain that would inform such delays, denials that are happening in, for instance, the immigration office?
Okay, thank you, Jakes. I think at
Mm-hmm.
some point I can agree with what Mr. Mburu has said, but at some
Mm-hmm.
point I can still not agree with him because
Uh-huh.
the truth is that the truth has escaped this government. The government has
Mm-hmm.
nothing known as truth in them. This is a government
Mm-hmm.
whereby our parliament is captured.
Mm-hmm.
Our parliament that we cannot trust. Kitu ya kwanza why I'm saying that at some point I don't agree with Mr. Mburu. There's a narrative. And to me, it is hypocritical behavior for these people of UDA when they start dragging the former government. Everything that is happening, they want to drag the former government into it.
Mm-hmm.
And yet tunajua sio. And
Mm-hmm.
some things we need to be truthful. This is what I always advocate for. Tuache mambo ya kudrag former government. This is a government that told us has a plan for this country. They told us they are coming to fix the economy. They told us they're coming to fix everything that was a mess from the former government. So why are we dragging in the former government? Inaingilia wapi kwanza? Now, if at all the former government ilikosa, this government has power and have all mechanism. Mbona hawezi shika watu? There's nothing like dragging our former government into this. Hiyo tuachane nayo kabisa. Let us be truthful. That's why I say this: the truthful has escaped this government. And what will you do? Victim wanna play that victim card, whereby they want to blame former government, they want to blame in anything that happens, they want to blame Azimio. Kama juzi hata wakati anakuwa bombed, anakuwa anapigiwa kelele, the president anapigiwa kelele, anaanza kuingiza Azimio. So this is just hypocritical. Nitaachia hapo. I think I'm still around tutaendelea, but I want
All right. Alex, what do you make of the open remarks from both Mr. G and Mr. Mboro? That one, Mboro says it could be artificial, it could be man-made, it could have
into this this mess ambayo inaendelea.
All right. I don't know. I thought you had finished. Sorry, Sana, Mr. G. Alex, can you hear me? How do you make and interpret what could be happening in some of these important sectors that affect our day-to-day living, especially when it comes to, for instance, issuing of that important document, the passport, for example? What do you make of it?
I will quote the former vice president of Ghanaian, who said that the lessons from history for government is that you cannot run and manage the economy with propaganda. In fact, you cannot
Correct.
engage in you can engage in all the propaganda you want, but if the macroeconomics fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will tell you and it will expose you. And you see, the economy is tied to basically our economy is tied to the exchange rate, because that's when that's how trade happens. The export and imports. So the types of free fall that our shilling we have seen is a vote of no confidence by market players in managing the economy. So that is the first thing. So they are not taking care of the macroeconomics of our country. They are engaging in propaganda, and now they are blaming. They are, they are literally blaming people for in their blame game. They have ceded their duty, and now what we are seeing is a broken system, and that broken system, as Mburu said, is artificial. It has been created. He said he had to create a show when he was getting his passport. And at some point, you saw Matiang'i go there. When things were so bad, Matiang'i had to go to immigration and be very, very strict, whereby people will get an email to pick their passport, and it should not take more than 8 days. But I think when this government came in, it had to demolish everything that the other government had. And therefore they created artificial problems that we can say that we can say that retaliatory. So I think another thing is he has very weak people who surround him to work for him. He puts his kingsmen for every person that he put on a seat. He put a prefect who is his kingsman, and some people who do not have credentials and who did not have experience. In transitions of governments, you don't take everybody out. For example, in this country, there is a history whereby the defense minister usually is a Republican, except this time around is when they put the black guy. So the weak management system, whereby you put people in seats because you fear that the previous government might come or research, and you put all your people there, is part and parcel of the problem. My grandfather used to tell me kuwa Mkikuyu akikamua ng'ombe, Mkisia akikamua ng'ombe anaachia nusu ndama. Mkikuyu akikamua ng'ombe yake anaachia kwota ndama, lakini Mkalenjin akikamua ng'ombe anakamua mpaka pus comes out. So it is known for a fact that Kalenjin put the parastatals of this country down during Moi's time, and they are showing it openly. Look at what Murkomen cannot fix a roof in JKIA until Cheregai had to castigate him and say that is incompetent. The president almost died because of a pothole. Eh? That's
in Meru.
Yeah. So you look at the things these people are doing is just stamping. They are so concentrated in one thing: housing levy and their new NHIF. I don't know why they are glued on the one thing called housing levy. That is where they have put all their eyes on, and they have left the country bleeding, literally. You've seen how our children are not being able. In fact, the other day, Arama was crying and telling the minister for education, bursary has not been disbanded. University students cannot go to Nini. Help is not being given anymore. This is the time you found that tumechangia watoto, unawekwa group, unaambiwa kutoka Kisii, tumechangia watoto kutoka Luoland. I don't know if you guys are experiencing it there. I saw Pastor Ezekiel the other day give scholarship to 103 children to go study, and he had to pay 6.6 million on top of that. I mean, there is total mismanagement when you look at the ministries that people are given. I don't know who is effective in any ministry, because from Kindiki, unaona wasichana wetu, they are being femicide is going on. I mean, I don't know if rewarding your cronies could make the country breed like this.
Okay.
He should, the first term, yeah, this is what they did, and they had to do reshuffles. So what Ruto should do is to reshuffle his government and put, people who can do the job, because he's busy traveling out of the country. He's not able to be in the country. That's all I can say for now.
All right. Now, Mburu, as a HR, could the people who we put in any institution have a correlation with the outcome of what we get in that given institution? Given what Alex is saying, that I could put my person, I could put someone who speaks my language, but if the person is incompetent, if the person can't deliver, whether the person was loyal to me during campaigns and all, the fact that I placed a person or the human capital that I invested in a particular ministry, in a particular organization, that person will not give me or will not bring out the very best that would require. From a HR perspective, could the challenges be the staffing that we are doing? Are we putting the correct personnel, or what could be explaining this from a HR angle?
First of all, I don't know whether there has been an overhaul or change of employees in some of these institutions, because as far as I'm concerned, I know the civil servants are protected as employees, as employees of the government. So you cannot just change them or fire them anyhow. They are protected by the labor laws. So I don't think most of the people have been changed. What happens is the topmost people sometimes are changed by the government so that they can have somebody now to control the rest. And I want to tell you through experience, I heard Mr. G saying that, for me, I answered this question objectively, basing on experience, not just talking through maybe emotions and what I feel about the previous government, because the previous government is no longer there. And the civil servants that we have are the civil servants of the government of Kenya. And maybe they were even there during the Kibaki's time. They don't get fired anyhow because they are protected under the labor laws. But what I wanted to say, like now, for instance, if I just take the example of Nyayo House. If they have changed the topmost layer of the leaders, what happens with the juniors? Because some of them may be expected to be promoted, some of them expected maybe to get some tenders and such kind of things. Number one, what happens is what we call resistance to change, because a new person comes with new ways under which he or she wants things to be done. I remember the first time I got a job, I faced great level of resistance from the people who felt, this guy is inexperienced, this guy is very young, we have been here for so many years, how come now he has come and now he's our manager, So what they were doing, they were trying to show that I am not competent enough, so they would do everything possible to show the director the person you brought is not fit for the job. So they would work together to frustrate what I was trying to do. And that brings a lot of challenge because you can't work alone. That is one of the could be one of the reasons why you see some of these problems at the beginning of institutional change, or at the beginning of the term of the government, because some of these things are caused by resistance, and that is what we call sabotage at the workplace. So I was just answering that, not on trying to blame the previous government, is because I know what happens in the institutions. Number two is something that also Alex talked about, that these people, and that is, for me, I believe in most of these institutions, and even the leaders who are listening to us, they know that is what they are doing. Most of these people you see in Kenya, they are so selfish, they are so greedy, they want to have say, and they want to have at least something coming from all these institutions. So they make sure the people who used to do the supply, they lose the tenders so that they can award those tenders to their people who will give them the kickbacks and such kind of things. So that is why you see in Kenya, we face so many challenges, and not just Kenya, but it's generally Africa, because I think we have become so greedy. We think that we are going to the government to enrich ourselves, and that is why you see politics in Kenya is a big thing. Right now we are talking about 2027. Nobody is talking about how do we deliver, how do we save our nation from poverty, how do we ensure we have the best hospitals, how do we ensure that Kenyans are getting the best services, how do we ensure that we grow our economy. That is not what is preoccupying the mind of our leaders. What they are thinking is, how do I ensure I remain in power? How do I get a lot of money such that in the next general election, I'll have money for campaign? Who will be the next deputy president? I mean, shenanigans, things that should not matter. When you think of a nation like America, right now, when we are not in the mood of or electioneering period, you won't hear people talk about politics all time. Sometimes we don't know who are our councillors or our governors, our senators, our leaders, because they keep quiet and they do the job. What happens in our countries? Immediately we finish the one general election, we start talking about the next one and strategizing about the next one. People never settle down to work, and that is a big problem. So instead of those that are supposed to be settled in office, laying down structures and strategies, and having a paradigm shift from how things have been doing before, and put better systems, they are always preoccupied on power. They want to always remain powerful, to be seen to be powerful, to be praised by the media. I mean, I also want to say, even the president himself is supposed to settle down. You don't have to appear in news everywhere. You don't have to go to counties every time. Settle down, sit in the office, like Kibaki was doing. You know, I'm saying this because you don't perform when you are on top of cars, and I have no problem with anybody. But I'm saying, can our leaders, including the opposition, because what is the work of the opposition? The work of the opposition is to give the alternative ideas. You know, it is not to criticize everything. It's not to sabotage everything. So everybody is supposed to settle down and always give solutions to the challenges that Kenyans are going through. So for me, I feel disgusted when I see how we do things. Every time we want to be on the media, including those in government. Sometimes I was listening to Gadoni, and I have no problem with her. She is in government, and I'm just using her as an example. But what does she do? Instead of sitting down and saying, these are the proposals I have for my people for development, what she does is to tell the government, you have not done A, B, C, D. You see? anybody who has been voted by the people should always be thinking, what are the solutions to the problems that my people are facing? Then when you are talking, you tell people, this is the proposal. This is the best idea that I had. I have tried to push it to the government, and the government has refused to implement it. That way we will say that this person is working and this person knows what he or she is doing. I don't like people who always complain, but they don't tell us what are we supposed to do. There are these problems. Come up with a solution. Tell the even when you go for those rallies, we want to hear somebody telling the president, what you are doing is not right. Do A, B, C, D. In the process, somebody may pick an idea from you. Because we all, right now, sometimes people think that Geoffrey is supporting the government and I support everything blindly. I don't do that. What I say, I have goodwill in my heart, the goodwill to see, and I pray that one day our leaders may wake up and know that we are supposed to grow our economy, make our country better, that people will not always be thinking on how they can leave the country and go to work to other countries, whereby even it should reach a point whereby we who are outside the nation, we can now decide, oh, the nation is doing well, let us now go and put our skills down in our country. So I have no problem people saying whatever they want to say about the government, because after all, it is the government of Kenya. When it fails, we all fail. When the economy fails, whether RX, whether Mr. G, whether somebody from any party, we all fail. When it succeeds, our government has succeeded. That is how I see things. Yes.
Before I come to you, Mr. G, Alex, Moro is saying it so well that it's about time that even the president should settle down. He should come off on top of cars and really focus on service delivery. Some of these systems can be made if he only chose to settle down. I know he's at a pressure to compete with ODM and what they are doing, but by the end of the day, he's already in office. He ought to deliver and do what he has been mandated to do. From where you sit, do you agree with Mboro that one, the president needs to settle down? He needs to look at his plans and policies. He needs to look at what are the potholes, the pitfalls that the government and the institutions keep to be falling into, and then maybe find a solution. What do you make of Mboro's submissions, which personally I think I like?
Yeah, Mburu has put it rightly that part of the things that we are seeing, the mismanagement of our institution, is because the president hasn't settled yet. He's on a campaign mode. And he's going everywhere. And Sundays they are going to churches like campaign, and it's from both sides. We are seeing a competition that we have never seen. The oppositions will go to the Embakasi, kanisani, wanapiga siasa. Ikifika Monday wanaona walipiga siasa aje, hawa watu tena wiki wanaanza kupiga siasa kuliko kukaa. So, and I liked what he said, that Kibaki remained in the office. He was quiet, but he delivered because he knew and he understood that when you are on top of cars, things don't work out. But what I could add again is the issue that we are not taking care of in our country. And that is the issue of what we call promotions. You see, civil servants get promotions because they do a good job. Just the fact that you are good as a teacher, it doesn't mean you can be good as a principal. Let's leave civil servants to be excellent where they are. The way we give promotion is because Jex today is a good moderator here. Sasa tunampeleka right away to KTN. We can find a mechanism that on how we promote people, because there is a principle called Peter's principle, which it says if you perform well in your job, you are likely to be promoted to the next level of your organizational hierarchy. You will continue to rise the ladder until you reach the point where you can no longer perform well. Okay, that is what we have today in our country. That we are having managers, directors who have been promoted, and in that there is another principle, I've forgotten it, which I did in management. It says when now it comes to employment, because these people know that they cannot perform, if a person comes from Harvard who is very smart, they rather andika mtu kutoka a polytechnic because they don't want their job also to do what? To go. And these are things that we need to look in-depthly, that without looking from the political side. We look at managerial. It is not the president only making these institutions to be the way they are, because he cannot, in a macroeconomic sense, he cannot micromanage everything. He can micromanage his ministers, but he can't go to directors, managers, clerks, and so on and so forth. He can only do his best. So we are seeing incompetence in the Ministry of Education, and the president is just sitting there. Bursaries have not been disbanded. You look what is happening hapo kwenu Jex, in
Yes, yes.
War Memorial Hospital.
Yes.
I've never seen such kind of arrogance whereby munaambia wagonjwa watoka hospitali, munafunga hospitali, the saga that is going on, which is basically nonsensical, that just a title of a hospital ndio inafanya watu wanatolewa wakitoka theater. I saw a clip, mzee mwingine ni Mkikuyu anasema sasa ndapeleka huyu ndugu yangu wapi. People were mauled and taken from the hospital, from theater, who are still in oxygen. You see, and we have a president who cannot intervene and deal with that, because he can't be going out of the country when patients are being mailed out of the hospital, na hospitali inafungwa, wanaweka kifuli ya 12,000. You see, a president should be commenting on such things. And when he comments, he goes to that place and resolve that problem, and then he gets credit out of it, not kukaa kwa juu ya magari. So we are seeing all manner of things that we are seeing all manner of things that that makes the president become, you know, it looks like he never had a manifesto. He was not prepared to lead. I mean, it looks so, but they had a manifesto. They were prepared to lead, and that's why Ngujiri warned them and said, "You see, Kihika has done something that is wrong. The president is not intervening." Osora anaenda huko Kisii anachapa watu marisasi. The president is not intervening. Selassie tu akichapa MCS nini slap, anawekwa ndani siku 4. You see, let's know that once you become a president, you are the president of the Republic of Kenya. You are a president of those who did not vote for you and those who voted for you. And therefore, sio kuanza kuenda kuambia watu kwa in Israel, nyi wangwana, nyi watu wa ODM, sisi sitaki kelele, ati sijui nini. You should be above that level. Hata yeye sasa ameanza kuonekana ni kama he needs to be educated how a president controls a country. Situation like this education sector imekuwa so bad that walimu wanasema watoto 70% hawaja report shule. 70%, because we took the education subsidies, and now we have what we call education crisis. So the president ought to understand that some of these things, like Trump, you saw what he did. He removed everything Obama had, which really hurt. He wanted even to remove Obamacare. But what we could say, the president, settle down, relax, get to the office, and fire some of your ministers like Machogu. Yes, even if Machogu is your friend, if he's not performing, if he's not delivering, if kitu imemshinda, what as nini kitu inaitwa sijui nini syndrome to perpetuate na ingie ndani, alafu unapata there's a crisis within our country. I think all this is brought because you rewarded cronies, ministries which they are not able to manage. Wapeleke somewhere kama directors, because the fact that they were good in something does not mean they will be good as ministers. That's what Kibaki did. Kibaki found technocrats. He did not reward his cronies. He found technocrats to run a country. Let Ruto do that.
Mr. G, there is something Alex has said that probably the president wasn't prepared to be so, and if he or if he is, maybe he's negating his duties or absconding them, just to focus on matters that can be overlooked at the moment. You see, like really trying to fight for his popularity on the ground, because it's not time for campaign, as Mboro has rightfully said. So he ought to sit down, relax, plan, focus, strategize, and see best ways forward. All right. Alex is equally calling for even restructuring his people, his team, so as to bring technocrats, people who deliver. And I like what he has said, that as much as I mobilized, I helped campaign for you, that doesn't make me good to manage a certain ministry. Okay, the fact that I am loyal to you, that doesn't mean that I will be a good performer in a given ministry. From where you sit, what do you make of the president? Was he ready, or is he ready? Because at times he seems as though it hasn't dawned on him that he's the man in charge, the commander in chief. He is the one we will eventually hold full culpable and responsible for anything, inaction or action, of either performing or non-performing of his government. At times, do you see him prepared, or what could be the challenges in that it's leading to some institutions and government parastatals zinakaa ni kana kwamba hazifanyi chochote, ni kama mwananchi amesahaulika. The president is all over but not where mwananchi needs him to be.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jakes. First of all, I have to appreciate Alex, because I always like the way he always submit his facts. He's a blessing. Alex, you are really a blessing. And I like the way you submit your facts. On the question that Jakes ameuliza, I think I should not come to it first. Nitakuja baadaye nikimalizia. Let me go straight to what Mburu talked. Mburu, I'm liking the way you are submitting today. But there's some things that I still don't agree with you. Na kitu ya kwanza nitaongelea ni this issue of sabotage. You are bringing something called sabotage, whereby you are blaming those guys. You are saying that maybe there are those guys ambao walipatikana wakiwa kwa hiyo position, ambao they are sabotaging the progress ya hii government ambayo iko at this moment. Na nimeona ukipoint out Azimio, ukisema Azimio should be giving, umesema there's a word ambao umetumia, Azimio should be giving answers ama solutions and not lamenting. But I wanted to tell you that on the issue of sabotage, remember, let's go back to the former government. Your president, Ruto, was the deputy president of the former government. And from the first, I think it was the second month, the third month, 2017, he started campaign. And he really sabotaged Uhuru so much. In fact, kila siku alikuwa juu ya gari, kila siku for the whole 5 years, sabotaging, and yet he was the deputy president of that government. So when we talk about sabotaging and you bring in Azimio, bring in people and saying that the people are sabotaging within, no, it is the behavior of your guy who is Ruto, and that's why Alex amesema he need to be taught. Another thing, I'm still talking about the same sabotage. When we talk about sabotage, you spoke about people, maybe watu ambao walikuwa pale, sometimes watu wengine kwa wanafutwa, watu wengine hawafutwi because of law ambayo ina govern, ambayo inashikilia the civil servants, and maybe a lot of things about Mongea. But I can tell you, Mburu, that you have to know when this guy came in power, who is Ruto, we are being told that almost 118 people, 118, I think those are not civil servants, but are executive people in this government, ambao walifutwa, although they were from the former government. The guy amewatoa, and this guy, 118, they come from Central Kenya. Na tukienda deeper, we are getting that, you'll find out that even those who are still remaining from other communities, maybe Central Kenya or other communities, wamekewa Makalenjin. kama deputy wao waangalia vile wanafanya kazi. So the issue of sabotage and everything, blame your president. He's the one who don't, and in fact he didn't have the plan to govern this country. Hakuwa na any plan. The way Alex amesema, he had no plan of this government. He had his own agenda. Ndio sababu unaona anang'ang'ania hii mambo ya house levy, and yet we know that the affordable house ambayo anaongelea is not here to help mwananchi wa chini. No, this is something ambayo inakuja kusaidia mtajiri, the bwenyenyes au mabwenyenye ambao kwa na manyumba ndio atafurahia this thing ambao anasema the affordable housing, but for those mama mboga ambao wanaongelea and the boda and watu ambao au hustlers, no one will enjoy this affordable housing. What we are talking about, kuna issue ambayo imeletwa ya anaitwaje this woman mjomba ama mzomba, this MP Mchomba, yeah, the MP ambao Mburu analalamika. Mchomba has decided to stand with the truth, and we have to be realistic. Mchomba aliona hii kitu haifai hustler, haifai mwananchi wa chini, hii kitu inakuja kuumiza watu, and hamamua haiwezi kubaliana na impunity. You know, there's no way, hata kama nimechaguliwa na UDA alafu naona kwa watu wanaendeleza impunity, I don't have to stay there alafu nianze kusema pia mimi nabaki kwa hiyo kwa sababu nimechaguliwa na hiyo chama. No, Mshomba yuko right, amesimama with the people, amesimama with the hustlers, anaambia government inafaa ikae chini iangalie hustlers. Imesahau hustlers wameenda kama vitu ya shamba, amekataa kabisa, na ametupatia example vizuri, akatwambia go to Benin, they had this project of affordable housing, na in Benin hakuna mtu ametoshwa pesa mingi ambaye hawezi lipa, like the hustlers mtu anaambiwa atoe almost 3,000 ama atoe 5,000, yani affordable pesa ambayo iko affordable kwake, anaweza lipa nyumba na akapata. To us here we are being told to pay a deposit of almost 350,000, hustle atapata hiyo pesa. So on the issue of Mchomba ako sawa kabisa, he's fighting for common mwananchi, na vile hali imekuwa ngumu for those people ambao wameamua ku praise impunity, wachana nao impress impunity, but this government imefail. There's nothing to lament. Umetuambia kuwa ati opposition inafai kuje patene solution. The work of opposition is to remind the government to perform the duty ambao walikuwa elected for. The work of the government ni kuambia our government wafuate manifesto yao, not to give solution. We are not here to give solution, we are here to tell you do your work right. This government inasema inafuata law, and yet ina oppose judiciary. Judiciary, we know there's corruption in it. A lot of these judges were corrupt, but kama wamekuambia kwa the thing you are doing it is unconstitutional, you have to respect the government, you have to respect the judges. Wakati wamesema hivyo, but now nyinyi mmeambiwa kwa this thing it is unconstitutional, mnasema mnaenda kunini, wametumia jina gani, wanaenda to appeal. You are going to appeal impunity, you are going to appeal something that it is unconstitutional. Why? Kwa sababu hamjui. Back to you, Mr. Jakes.
All right. Now, Mbora, I want to come to you. Now, one of the things that can make institutions not to deliver or to seem broken is chronic. It's a pandemic. It's cancerous. It's a thing we seem not to, okay. It's something we seem not to be able to shake off. And William Ruto, I believe, came out from where you sit. What are the best ways we can either incorporate and William Ruto can equally employ in his government so as to fight corruption? Because this is a thing that he is complaining about, we are complaining about, but by the end of the day, who brings the solution? The opposition is complaining about it, the judiciary is complaining about it, the legislature is complaining about it. So what do we do? What do we do? Of course, from informs some of the reasons why we have broke.
Thank you so much,
I don't know if you
Mr.
had me because
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Jakes. First of all, let me revisit some few things that my namesake, Mr. G, talked about because he kept on mentioning me. Mr. G enjoys when we are fighting. He doesn't want peace. He wants violence. He enjoys. He tries to drag me into war, even when I don't want war. But we understand each other. But so far, Mr. G, so far, you haven't answered any question that Mr. Jakes was asking. Alex gave his hypothesis on what he thinks is the cause of the breakdown of the systems. I as well gave my side of what I think, but you, instead of answering the question, you are lamenting on what I said. That is called misfiring. If I was a teacher, I would have awarded you 10 out of 100 because now you are discussing Geoffrey instead of discussing the topic. So I'm requesting my good friend, Mr. G, just for once, let us be sober so that we may have a sober discussion. We put our emotions aside so that we may be in a position to help the listeners. Having said that, Mr. Jakes, you have asked a very important question of what I think the president should do. Number one is to tame his side of government, those that are working with him. Tell them we need to settle down. Everybody go back to the office and work. I'm saying this because I am a trained professional in management. Tell everybody I want to see what you are doing in your area of work. What the president should be doing is just to receive reports on what are the leaders doing and just not even micromanaging, but just tell them, can you settle down? We don't have to respond to everything that the opposition is saying. We need to work, then let people see what we have done. That way, when they keep quiet, when the government keeps quiet and don't respond to everything that the opposition is doing, or even the opposition will get tired because you cannot fight those who are not fighting with you. The other thing, just like I want to agree with Mr. G, Mr. G is my good friend, by the way. So we have no problem. That's why we keep on rubbing shoulders. And I want to agree with my friend, Mr. G, that there is a precedence that our president set. And presidents, people should be very careful of the seed. The moment you are planting a seed, you should think of how that seed will grow and what will be the outcome. The president, William Ruto, when the former president started sabotaging him because he didn't want him to become the president, he decided to start campaigns. He saw it and he decided, now I'll be, for these 5 years, I'll start campaign very early so that at the end of this term, I'll have entered in each and every region of this country. So he campaigned throughout. And there are people who observed what he was doing and they said, okay, now we know. If I start campaigning, I'm likely to become the president. And this was even echoed by the former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka and said, na nasa William kuna kitu amenifunza, nitaanza campaign mapema. So, and that is what the opposition is doing. That is what the opposition is doing. The opposition is already campaigning for 2027. And now the president is reaping the fruits for the seed that he sowed. Having said that, the other thing the president can do after telling his people to settle down and work and focus to work and offering solutions, the other thing he can do is embrace what we call competence-based management. competence-based is where I don't care whether you are my brother. I don't care whether I know you. If you are not qualified, you won't hold any position. Let people go through the process of recruitment from selection and only get those who qualify and let people do what they are qualified to do. In the same way, watu huwa wanaambiwa tumia vifaa kwa kazi ambazo zimejengewa kufanya. Hauwezi kuchukua jembe uende ukatumie kazi ya kijiko kwa jembe. You see? So if you're not qualified to handle a position, don't handle that position because you are likely to make things go wrong. So people who are competent based, they are result oriented. They want to see what will be the outcome, not what people will say, but they are able to, to hold everything other constant and focus to the outcome. I am here, but they are able to put down the roadmap. From here, I will go here, and after 5 years, this is where we will be, because they have been trained and qualified to do that. So what I may ask, and I don't know how things are being done, but I know in Kenya, it is not technical know-how. It is mostly on technical know-who. Whom do you know so that you can have that position? Whom do you know so that you can be promoted? Whom do you know so that you can be hired? That is what has brought our nation down. We should refrain from such and now start embracing skills, start embracing education, start embracing experience, start embracing hard work. We should reward those people who are working competently, people who are honest, But what happens, including the citizens? If I am a thief and I steal and get a lot of money, I am likely to become a leader because people think of, oh, how much has he given me? Mimi sijakula pesa yake, siwezi mchagua. I mean, that is mediocrity of the highest order. We have to refrain from such kind of things. Tunaangalia mtu tunasema, huyu mtu mwenye tunachagua, utenda kazi wake uko namna gani? Msimamo wake uko namna gani? Je, ani mtu wa kuchukua hongo? Ni mtu ambaye ametumia pesa nyingi kwa campaign such that when we vote for him, the first thing he will do is to recover his money. We need to start now rethinking what is making our nation sink. It is because people whom we vote for them to go and enrich themselves. That is why they use millions and billions to become our leaders, to go and steal from us. We have to be critical thinkers. Think, Jakes, mtu mwenye ametumia 100 million to campaign for a position, na yeye analipwa mshahara ya milioni moja. Unadhani akienda kwa ofisi atagojea hiyo milioni moja? It's very hard. Our politicians spend a lot of money to corrupt and to bribe people to vote for them. So they buy our votes. We have to refuse such kind of things. We have to raise the bar very high, the standard very high. Na tena, and this is where I blame the judiciary. Corruption is everywhere. Just the same point I discussed about precedents. The judiciary has set a very bad precedence that, Jakes, if you steal a chicken today, you are likely to be jailed. But if, as a leader, you do anything, so long as you are a leader and you have money and you have influence, you will go scot-free at the end of it all. Bad precedents. Most 90% of the people who are in the jails in Kenya are hustlers, are the poor people. Why? Because they never had money to bribe judges, because they had never had money to hire good lawyers who would defend their criminal actions just like other leaders do. In Kenya, a leader will kill somebody and everybody will be knowing he is the one who is the victim. He is the one who is the suspect. But he knows he will not be taken anywhere. But to make the matters worse, the same person who is a criminal, he will go back to the people and tell the people how good he is and bribe the people Give people money and he'll be voted in. So, as such, as a nation, we have become like all of us, we don't have morals. All of us, we don't know what we want. You know, Jakes, I can tell you for sure, I have never accepted to go to meet leaders, even when I was in Kenya, to get campaign money. I have never accepted a bribe, even when I was in the office. People used to come wanting me to promote them. And I would knew exactly they want to open a discussion so that they may bribe me. I have myself decided I will never touch any money from corruption. I will never be bribed. We need people who can say, I will never do this, because we need morals. We need morals. But do we have such people who say, I don't need, I don't have to have billions in my bank account so that I can live a good life? Do they really need all that money? So I don't know how I can put it. I don't know how I can tell the leaders, you don't need all those billions in your account. What you need to do is to make a nation better, because all of us will die. But the nation will continue to be there for generations and generations to come. The whites you see here, Jakes, let me tell you, Wazungu, they understand life. Wanajua ya kwamba wanajua kuhesabu siku zao vizuri sana, anajua niko karibu kufa na anagawa hata utajiri wake, ingine hata anapea serikali, ingine anapea watu ambao sio wao, because wanajua hii utajiri hakuna mahali unapeleka. But what happens about us? Mtu anakufa na shamba eka 1,100 ikiwa kwa jina yake, hata hajagawia hata watoto. Ni kama anadhania akienda the other side ataendelea kuitumia. I mean, that's why we have become so greedy. Even some people who are corrupt, they are almost 100 years, 60 and above, but they are so corrupt. Like there is somewhere they will take this money, or when they die, they will go with this money. The Bible says, finally, let me speak like a pastor, that a wise person is able to number his days. Our leaders, they are not able to number their days, and they know that this world and the nation of Kenya does not belong to them. It belongs to the people of Kenya and generations to come. All of us will pass, but our children will be there. Our children will go. The children of our children will come, and that is how we should see that for us, we are just custodians of the nation. We do the best we can, alafu tunaanza kuambiana kwa heri, tunaachia hawa wengine. That is how life is. But our leaders don't know that.
All right, beautiful. Now, Alex, I come to you. Moro says some of the reasons inachangia corruption is it begins even before hata tujaweka watu kwa ofisi. They use tunes of money to buy our votes. So in short, they buy us. So when they go to the offices, one of the things they have to do is recover what they used on us and have more for next time. That way, the cycle will never stop. Number two, he equally blames the judiciary that it overpunish petty crimes and almost rewards those heinous offenses. From where you sit, how best can we tackle corruption, given that this is one of the reasons that our systems, our institutions are broken, are not working, because there's no enough money to fund them, and if there is money, it's looted left, right, and center. How best can we fight this menace so as eventually to have systems that work?
The vice of putting politicians as cabinets and directors of some of the most important institutions is because of cronyism and nepotism. You want to make sure that these people are with you, and you know that once they lost, maybe some of them, you make sure that they become somewhere whereby they will continue with you. If we stopped something called chronism, and we understand that mediocrity starts when you put incompetent people in ministries, I think that's the catch there. The president rewarded his cronies, which we don't have problems. But you can reward a crony who is able to perform. Look at the Ministry of Agriculture right now. Do you hear even Linturi talk? They are busy looting. They are busy looting. Eh? There's a time even the president told that their ministers on their face, some of you are not working. I know more what is happening in your ministries than you. The president told them in their own face. He knows that they are incompetent. Why should he talk like that openly? He should go and restructure the government. You see, Mburu said something that was very important. The fact that Ruto is the president, some of us did not vote for him. But if he fails, we all fail. If he succeeds, we all succeed. But the level of failing is appalling. The free fall of the shilling is appalling. Eh? If it reaches 200, my friend, things will be so bad to Kenyans. That's when you will utasikia tumeshikwa mahali panyeti. It will be so bad. Unaelewa? So the question is, what is Tanzania doing? The other day I was on the other channel and I was shocked that the unemployment level of Tanzania is 2.82. That everybody has a job except 2. In 20 people, only 2 doesn't have a job in Tanzania. I was so shocked. I had to Google and kept on to Google. I thought it was propaganda. What is Tanzania doing that we are not doing? Because they invested in food security. They invested in cheap transportation. In economics, we have basic needs: food, shelter, and clothing. Once you make that affordable, so affordable, then you can put money into circulation. So the buying index can be better. People who have businesses can sell things. People can start building homes. People can have Wi-Fi's. People can buy smart TVs, and you see money circulation. There is something wrong we did from the previous administration, and this thing has not just come right now that it just ran and ikaanguka hivi. We saw Uhuru reward his own people even when the handshake was there. He kept putting his own people. We had an attorney general, you can't remember his name. The guy did not even know Kiswahili. I don't know where he jumped from and he became attorney general. So these are things we are saying that cronyism, nepotism are very bad things. In terms of administration, you have to make sure that our institutions stand firmly so as hata wewe unapata credit. Unaelewa? Yani watu wenye hata walikuwa wamekukataa wanaangalia. When I saw people being chased from the hospital, I cried. And the president did not even say anything. The president should intervene. These are people who are not able to pay for private hospitals. They come to seek delegates in these hospitals that they are cheap. You treat them like that, hiyo ni unyama bwana. So it's not like we are criticizing the president for no apparent reason. There are so many things that some of these governors wengine wamefanya, some of these MPs wanafanya openly, that like Kisi, I will assure you, hiyo kitu Osoro alifanya, and I think Kibagandi told him yesterday, we want the good of you. Listen to us.
Yeah.
We want the good of you. Listen to us. Don't listen to people who come and lie to you that Kisii inaendelea vizuri, Kakamega inaendelea vizuri, Mombasa inaendelea vizuri, Meru inaendelea vizuri. Ukienda Meru, people start heckling you, and then you start blaming ODM. What we are saying is this: vile Mburu aliweka vizuri sana. Go back to the office, settle down, put things in order, Make sure the free fall of the dollar does not fall anymore. Stabilize the dollar. Make sure that our children have gone to school. Make sure that our sick people, our sick parents have gotten madawa. Make sure the things you said during the campaign are happening. Huwezi acha mafuta iende. Like Pauline Njoroge said yesterday, the petrol and the energy sector. I don't know kama jana uliona mama fulani watu watakuja kuangalia mita yake na hana mita, mama ako na tokens, anaweka tokens. Huyo mama karibu kwanza alichapa huyo mwanamke mwingine. That's the level of bitterness Kenyans wamefika, whereby watu wa KPLA they have so much impunity, wanaenda wanaharas watu wenye wako na tokens, whereby you are not even supposed to read a meter. So the president should understand that macroeconomics as a whole, how to handle it, and microeconomics, that is easier. But macro is broad and wide, so that he sits down with his economic advisor has told him openly, and he has said every time, criticizing the president what he's doing. And the president is not listening. His economic advisor, Ndungu, the Minister of Finance, came and said, our coffers are empty. The president, when he was addressing us during the media address before the Christmas, the president said that inflation has come from 9 to 6%, which is a pure lie. The president is telling us that in the whole world, we are number 21 in the economy, which is a pure lie. I mean, why would you start lying things? The president should stop lying. He lies so naturally, tumetenga, and it has become now a song that we want to. You cannot lead a country over propaganda. You cannot. The days of propaganda imeisha. The president must understand that propaganda does not create development. Manufacturing companies, creating small jobs whereby watu wanaenda wanapata kangiri kao kamoja kwa siku, wanarudi nyumbani, at least wako na kitu, wanaweza nunua nyama siku moja, wanunue mboga siku ingine. They have something to eat every day. Now we have a level of unemployment when our children are coming from school, which is on a high level of the Kenyans ambao wako pensionable, employed and pensionable, permanent and pensionable. It's only 36%. The rest, nothing. So, and ukiweka all these taxes, you want to put a burden on them, then you are creating another burden for them. Companies will run away. And you have seen how companies have run away from Kenya. We have had there, like 84. Some went to Tanzania, some went to Ethiopia because of affordable energy. I don't know how true that is, but I know 3 companies for sure now zilitoka. The president ought to have stabilized the dollar. Hiyo ndio unapigana nayo. So the G2G, it was corruption. Edible, it was corruption. Even a UDA member of the Senate said that the housing levy is what? A scam.
Yeah.
The president ought to listen to his people, what they are telling him. We are not just shouting. We want our country to succeed. We never wanted Uhuru. We became mad with Uhuru at the first time. When he started doing things right, wengi wetu tulimpenda. So that's the nature of politics. There is no permanent enmity in politics. But when you force people to become more poor, it creates a condition in our country. When you see people start heckling the president and his ministers, it shows that the country is not going in the right direction. Thank you.
All right. Mr. G, I want to come to you now. Of course, I haven't given you an opportunity to respond on corruption. we have had syndicates after syndicates, almost on everything, especially when you hear something has been mentioned in terms of hiyo tumesema itakuwa na duty free importation, hiyo tutatafutia watu supply, whatever has such a phrase ends up having, or rather becomes, the source of corruption. Talk of edible oil, talk of G2G, talk of all that. Hapo ndani, therein lies strategized corruption. Or mse amecoin a nice phrase, amejiundia jinsi ambavyo atarob in a very intelligent way. How as a country can we fight this menace? Because when this money is lost, it hypothetically in form of shillings, or rather hundreds or tens, inapotea in terms of billions. And these are the billions that the health sector needs, the billions the education sector needs, the billions that maybe we need to buy a nice machine or equipment, or that which we lack to issue passports on time. So when a country is robbed left, right, and center, what as a president can you do? What as a country can we do, Mr. G?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jakes, for your question on corruption. But still, I'll still respond first on the issue ambao Mburu amesema. Even though he said that I came here for violence, but I have to address issues. I have been just wait, Mr. Jakes. I have been closer to Mburu for a long time.
Next time, you start with my question, then go to Mburu, if it can be okay.
I will answer.
Go ahead.
The question I'll answer. All right. Yeah. I have been closer to Mburu for some time now. I know him. He has been attacking Azimio intelligently. You have to be wise to know what he's saying. Huyu jamaa amekuwa akiattack Azimio intelligently, pole tu. And when I counter, he give up the reckless statements about ameongea sahi, because he just want us to be quiet, massaging the pathetic liar akaenda to destroy our country. I think Mr. Jakes, a time has come whereby the fear has gone. And we are not massaging the donkey on the slope again. We have to speak the truth. Mburu should know that everything we are talking, we know what we are talking. It's not that we are complaining. We are not complaining. We are speaking what is happening on the ground. Yeah, you spoke about corruption and what is happening on our government and everything in our country. I'll take you back to one guy called Gorbachev. On the issue of corruption, you have to sack people who are corrupt. That is the only solution. But look at this government first before I go to what I wanted to speak. Look at this government. When they came in, walichukua wale wakora wote, wale waizi, wale watu ambao wana makesi za ukora, corruption, na inaitwa kufyonza pesa za counties. Those are the people that he brought closer to him, and those are the same people who he gave jobs. Sasa wewe ukichukua mwizi kabisa amepelekwa mpaka kotini, alafu unampatia kazi, what are you expecting? Ataiba. So corruption imekuwa strong in this government because this guy took incompetent people akawapatia kazi, watu ambao wamekuja kuibia wananchi wa chini with these issues za nini, kama hiyo mambo ya house levy, hiyo mambo ya taxes ambao wana collect every right and center, every corner wana collect taxes, and yet we cannot see any project ambayo imetengenezwa na hiyo pesa tax. I want to take you back to somebody called Gorbachev. When Gorbachev, that it was around 1980 something there, 1985 I think, 85, 86, when he took over the leadership. One thing ambayo alifanya, that guy alikuwa wakati ambao alcohol ilikuwa imeenea sana in his area, and he saw his brothers, he saw his uncles, his cousins wakiwa walevi mpaka wanakufa kwa sababu ya pombe. When he came in power, the first thing ambayo alidili nayo kwanza ni hiyo mambo ya pombe, kuimaliza kabisa hiyo wakati. Another thing that he dealt with ilikuwa ni issue ya corruption. Corruption ilikuwa mingi that wakati wa Gorbachev, lakini alipofika akasema sasa kitu ambacho tutafanya, we have to sack all these corrupt leaders. You have to sack them na to replace with the people who are not corrupt. Do you know what happened? The leaders ambao walikuwa pale walikataa. Kulikuwa na chaos. What happened? Wakasema hakuna, haiwezi kubali mtu wake, mtu ambaye anatoka kwa region yake, mtu ambaye anatoka kwa familia yake, mtu ambaye anatoka kwa community yake, hata kama ni corrupt afutwe kazi. Wakakosana. But I thank him because he went ahead and he sacked some of them. Now he made things right wakati wake. Now on this issue, Do you think Ruto can sack somebody? Ruto will never sack anybody. Ruto ataenda kwa wale weak people, wale watu ambao, look at what happened kwa hii scandal ya nini, hii scandal ya KEMSA, hii issue ya neti, ile scandal ya neti. There is a woman, I think he was from Central Kenya, hata hausiki na that docket, alikuwa sacked. Alafu akalenjin man ambaye anahusika na that docket hakuwa sacked. Kwa sababu gani? This guy will never sack his people. Anakuja kufrustrate those people ambao hawako closer na yeye. So on the issue of corruption with this government, hiyo haitaisha because huyu ni mtu ambaye anapenda that, hiyo ndio kitu ambacho ndani yake. Back to Jex, I think nimekujibu.
You have really tried this time round, umejaribu kiasi. But now let me go to your friend, ndio mpigane vizuri. Now Mburu, I want to come to you, and there is something you have brought about Gathoni wa Mushomba, but there are things she said, and now we are talking about the housing levy. Now, before I even come to Mushomba, on your screen, what I'm projecting now is what Uhuru was able to accomplish in his tenure, in as far as housing is concerned and affordable housing projects were concerned. He did, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 affordable projects, housing projects, and maybe I can read because I'm sure some of the letters therein are not visible, but let me try to read for you that the first, or rather some of the projects that are notable and are synonymous with housing projects launched and done by Uhuru Kenyatta are: 1, Park Road, Ngara. There he did 1,370 units. We have another one in Mavoko Station program where he did 463 units. We have one in Kibera, Soweto, East Zone B, where he did 400 units. He went ahead and did the one in Marungoine informal settlement, where there he did 2,600 units. He did the one in Stony Athi, where he did 170 units. Starehe affordable housing projects, I know this one, you know, he did the 3,000 units there. The Pangani affordable houses, he did equally again 3,000 units. In Kitui, in Kawala Road, he did 509 of those affordable houses. In King's Sphere Bondeni, here in Nakuru, he did 605 units. And of course, these ones were launched the other day. And finally, the one in Boxton affordable housing, where he did 805. Now, all these houses, the reason why I've read all of them, none was constructed using housing levy. None. All these were done without Mwananchi being taxed. Gathoni wa Mushomba brings out this element that this levy, and he equally dared some of these institutions that are charged in collecting funds to show the amount that has been spent from the taxes that has been collected, because this was what she was arguing, that the levy is purely being used to pay our debts, because the next topic after this will be talking about our debts. So she really brought out this topic that the money we collect is not really to do the houses, is to pay the huge debts we are having, the huge borrowing that we are on. Even now, we are not still yet stopped. We haven't stopped borrowing. Now, from where you sit, how comes Uhuru was able to do the houses so well? William Ruto chose to go the levy way, and it still hasn't really bore more fruit, and it has even landed him in more trouble than we anticipated. What could have caused all this, Mr. Mburu? I know it's a tricky one for you, but I'm sure you're well able to tackle it.
Thank you, Mr. G. I am one person who like doing statistics, and before I go there, I just want to start where Mr. G stopped. Mr. G, it's like you fear Geoffrey so much, and You are
You two gentlemen, I'll definitely have to do a show just for the two of you. Mpigane.
no, Mr. G feared me so much that he has labeled me the Azimio fighter, even when I have not fought Azimio. So far, Mr. G, I have not fought anybody. I have not even mentioned Azimio anywhere. I was not even thinking about Azimio. It is not time for fight. When the time for fight comes, we fight. I'm not afraid about that. So don't keep on inviting me for war when it is time for peace. I haven't even mentioned your godfather. Time will come, I will, and we will fight. So anyway, this is what I wanted to say. Mr. Jakes, it is good that you have given us the analysis of the buildings that Uhuru Kenyatta completed. I can see there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, around 10 that you have put there. One thing, when you are doing statistics, you have to look at these things were done in a duration of how many years. And then you tell us how many such projects have been started by the current regime. It would have been fair if you were telling us who completed these 10 projects. And William Ruto has started ABCD or has not started at all, according to your analysis, so that we can do a comparison. And so far, this is a government which has just started the journey. We are yet to see what they will do. And there is no performance appraisal you can do for a government within 1 year. Maybe you can, the only performance appraisal we can do is for the people he has appointed as the ministers, what we call the restructuring or structuring of the government. But in as far as performance is concerned, we still have time to do that. So if I am to compare Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, myself, I won't be fair. And I normally say, I don't want just to be fair. I want to be seen to be fair and to be heard to be fair. And when time comes, you'll be in a position to weigh the projects of Uhuru Kenyatta versus the projects of William Ruto, given the same time frame that those people have performed. However, tunasema siku njema huanzia asubuhi. Kila kitu ambacho huwa kinafanywa kimipango. Kwanza, you sit down, you come up with a plan. What you are supposed to do, or what we are supposed to do, is to look at is what Uhuru was doing the same as what Ruto is doing. What I understand is that the plan of the Kenya Kwanza government is to have such houses, many of them in each and every county, not just in Nairobi, in each and every county, to provide solution to the problem of houses that we are having. And this is something that he has planned to undertake within 5 years, with accelerated speed. That's why he was saying we don't want just to rely on the little money that we collect as taxes from the taxpayers or from what we borrow. Let us pay more and build more houses. Why was he saying that? It is because over 56% of all the revenues we collect goes to our recurrent expenditure. The rest of it goes to paying debts and all that. So we have a problem as a nation. The economists understand what that means. That in every 10 shillings that we collect, especially right now, currently, in every 10 shillings that we collect, 7 of it is supposed to go to debts. What remains is 3%, or not 3 shillings that we are supposed now to spend as a nation. We are in a crossroad. And I don't know how the president will navigate the problems that we are having, but I know if they work prudently, if they shun corruption, they seal all the loopholes and utilize the taxes that Kenyans are paying prudently, then he'll be in a position to help. He might not even solve all the problems, but within the time frame that he'll be in power, at least for 5 years, he can try to help where he can, and that's the most important, because we are not expecting him to be excellent or to be to do what he cannot do. We are expecting him to do his best. What I can say and what I can tell the president, don't focus so much on being so popular. Do what is right for the nation. After that, let people decide if they're going to give you another term or not, basing on how you have performed. That is the most important. So currently, right now, Mr. Jakes, I may not be in a position to say or to compare Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, because it's like comparing a child with an adult. This is a child who has been born, and now you are telling the child to compete with his father. It's very hard. Let us give the government time to grow and to attain the same age of the previous government. Then we can be in a position to compare relevant governments.
All right. I'll try to remember just now when I have you next. Same age when the previous government was a year or two when it was in office, and then I'll compare with this government, and then I'll ask you the question when I come back to you. But I see you have seriously made Mr. G hata hataki angoje time yake. He really wants to go now. Yes, Mr. G. That was to come past to Alex.
Jakes,
Naona umegwarwa yako
I
yote.
say,
You guys, sijui nionyeshe ya
yeah,
watu tu wawili tu hivi wawili, mshikane
no,
makola
no, what I'm
mpaka
trying to say,
ah,
Jakes, I told you that
mm,
we are not massaging a donkey on the slope again. The fear is gone.
aha,
The guy is just
mm,
lying. The guy just lying there.
mm,
Mr. Mburu anatuambia kuwa at you cannot see the development of a president in 1 year, in less than 1 year.
mm,
This guy amekuwa kwa government for more than 10 years. Let's go back to the
mm,
government ya Kibaki. Kibaki on his
mm,
manifesto alikuwa na manifesto ambayo alikuwa anasema kutakuwa na free education, primary education. But within 3 months alikuwa ameimplement. So what is it that huyu jamaa anatudanganya hapa akisema kwa you cannot implement anything, maybe tu kuchagua watu kupatia post peke yake. No, let us be truthful bwana. If you have a plan for a country as a president, 2 months, 3 months is enough. Tuache hii mambo ya kumasaji donkey kwa slope.
Oh, all right. Oh, you are responding to him. I thought you wanted to give more submission, especially concerning the houses. Mr. Alex, same question to you. Gadoni Wamushomba said it so well that the housing levy is more of a ploy the government is using. It crafted a nice name for it, but it's just another way to increase its funds so as to pay debts, because Uhuru, as she explained, and I've been able to explain the number of projects Uhuru did, and those in as far as housing project is concerned, without really heavily taxing, or rather having a housing levy. As much as equally he wanted it. I remember this was a proposal he wanted. So it's William Ruto who has had the balls to go and equally implement it, as much as it has been barred by the courts and everything else. But when you think about it, how did Uhuru do it? Number one. Number two, how comes William Ruto seem not to get it right on how to do things that one don't land him in problems constantly, and equally will attract public appreciation, and equally, and maybe many may even appreciate what he's doing? Because I love what you said earlier, that at first you didn't agree with Uhuru Kenyatta, but once you saw that he's now headed in the right direction, you are able to appreciate his projects, you are able to appreciate his work. William Ruto, at what point do you see him getting it right? Because as far as things are going, it seems he's yet to have the ball roll. Alex,
I don't know. I
Alex,
missed.
are you?
I missed what you said. It was breaking off. Can you re-ask the question?
And it's a mouthful, but let me try again. I've asked you. Wamushomba went ahead to say that one of the things this government is doing in as far as housing levy is concerned is to get the money but use it to pay our debts. It's not. It has nothing to do with affordable houses. But on the same breath, Uhuru was able to do over 10 projects, and some were very they had so many units. Some had 4,000 units,
2000.
3,000 units. He did so much, all right, without really using the levy. My question to you was, what does William Ruto need to do to get it right? Because so far he seems not to have gotten it right. The ball on his hand hasn't, or rather, the stone on his end is not rolling. And as the proverbial proverb says, a rolling stone gathers no moss. But his stone seems to be gathering moss. Now it's at the stage of now gathering algae. So what do you make of him? What does he need to do so that one Kenyans can appreciate the housing? Because Kenyans want the houses. That's a fact. But how it's being implemented, that's the challenge. So how can he get it right? If you are to advise him on the affordable housing issue.
First of all, he should have taken their share, the stakeholders, and through their labor unions, and speak with them, and uh, and know
Mhm.
who is willing to
Mhm.
do that as a pool, because the previous president had already done that, and
Yeah.
some of the beneficiaries were
Mhm.
the state workers. So these people already have houses.
Mhm.
And then you could have looked at
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
age factor. There are people who are going to retire who already have houses and so on and so forth. So trying to tax
Mhm.
people, because even Kibaki did affordable housing, whereby people are
Yes.
getting
Yes.
mortgages that were cheap through Equity Bank. So you can't just
Yeah. Yeah.
flippantly tax everybody, and these people already have homes. They are not going to buy these homes. They took advantage of those units that were built by Uhuru and Kibaki, and some of them they also took the mortgage. State workers were given money now to look for houses where they wanted. Most of them went to Kilimani, Westlands, and Lavington. They already have homes, so
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
it should have been a stakeholder meeting whereby they could
Yes. Yes.
discuss, is it a priority or not? How in percentage, how many people have and how many people do not have? And
Yes.
it should have gone to labor unions. It should have gone to NAT. It should have gone to KOTU, so that these people should be included in the talks. And it should have been very
Mhm.
well. But forcing on the throat
Mhm.
of the people who have already houses, and they are being now taxed heavily, it is not fair at all. It is not fair.
Mhm.
These people have already
Mhm.
mortgages they are paying for, and then they get taxed. It's a very bad policy that I think the president should just allow it to go like that. And Kenyans, as usual, they usually forget very fast. But if he continues to force it, as Burkoman said that in 2 months we are going to revisit it, anajipea shida nyingi politically. Eh? Anajipea shida nyingi politically. We are going to continue to talk about something that should die, aanze kufanya kazi, and if he succeeds his first term, well and good, we will vote for him. But
Okay.
sasa hii
Now,
constant.
one of the systems.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I wanted to bring in something else as we head to the third hour now. And now, one of the systems that seems to be in at loggerheads with the government, it's the judiciary. And today, the Chief Justice made a statement that settles the question of do we have the judiciary and the executive in bed together? She gave a statement, and it was really, to me, I see many praising it because she said that we can debate anything, we can talk anything, but there's one thing we'll never talk about, and that is the merit and demerit of a case. we cannot dictate what judges should decide on, how they should decide rather. In any case, she said that the judges are free to execute their mandate without any form of coercion, without any form of prejudice, without any form of leniency. They should follow the rule of the law. They should base their ruling based on what do you call it? Based on facts and evidence tabled before them. But I don't know if did I give you some minutes, Mr. G, to respond on the housing issue? Nisikuruke so that we go to the next topic.
Yeah, I can take like 2 minutes to comment on
Mr. G.
Affordable housing. Yeah, can I take 2 minutes to
Okay.
comment on this affordable?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
Comment
to
about
me,
it so that we
what
go
I
now to the next.
understand,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
yeah, what I understand with this issue of affordable housing, and remember, this
Uh-huh.
is it was in a manifesto ya Hasola ya nini yani ya
Yeah.
KK government, and I
Mm-hmm.
believe hii ilikuwa purposely for the hustler nation, for the hustler people, for the mama mboga and the mtu wa bodaboda, wale watu wa chini kabisa. Okay, now sahi imekuwa a narrative, it's just a propaganda that he's creating jobs for people. I asked you a question yesterday that we have people ambao wamemaliza university, we have people wamemaliza colleges, so we are offering jobs, we are giving people jobs with this issue of affordable housing. Sasa mtu anaenda kusomea degree akuje afanye mjengo, mtu anaenda kusoma college amalize akuje afanye mjengo. That is not logic. Another thing, this issue of affordable housing for ambao ni mama mboga na bodaboda na watu wa chini, I think they need to have something ambayo they can afford. Example of what mama Mjomba alitupatia, he gave an example kuwa if the government was really serious on helping these people ambao they are poor, this thing should be affordable for the poor, like building a house ambao anaweza, hakuna mambo ya kuenda kupatiana deposit ya 300,000, hakuna mambo ya kupatiana sijui 1.2 million ama 2.5 million ndio upate nyumba. This is an issue ya watu ambao they are rich. The hustler people cannot get that 1 million, they cannot get that 100,000, they cannot get that 350,000 ndio wapeane deposit ya this house. They should go to villages, waangalie watu ambao hawana nyumba pale, build for them a house kidogo, bora iwe affordable, but she can afford. Hata kama atakuwa analipa 3,500 kwa mwezi, kama atakuwa analipa 2,500 kwa mwezi, but he can afford that house. That is better than kuforce mtu unakata pesa yake ya nini ya levy, unakata taxes, alafu unakuja kuuzia mtu mwingine kubenefit kwa jasho ya watu ambao umekata, na hao watu wenyewe ambao umewakata pesa hawatapata hiyo nyumba. This is what we are talking about. This is just a scam. Affordable housing is just a scam. Hii ni kitu ya kubenefit the rich. They are not benefiting these poor people. They are not benefiting these hustlers. If they want to benefit hustlers, wailete iwe chini, iwe at least iwe maximum iwe 5,000. Na 5,000 afford the year, ikiwa 5,000 this guy can afford. Mama mboga anaweza afford 5,000. Mtu wa bodaboda anaweza afford 5,000. But when you are talking about 300,050 as a deposit, 2.5 million ndio upate nyumba, this is a scam and it's just a lie. That is what I wanted to comment on this issue of affordable housing.
All right. I'm sure many will agree or disagree with you, depending from where they look at the whole issue. Now let's shift gears here at Africa 24.
Stanley Kinyanjui and the
sorry, let me
the Chief Justice called.
Let me pause it, Kidogo. We want to look now at the statement today by the Chief Justice. She was addressing a certain heads of judicial service and all, who met today somewhere, and there's a statement she made, and it was quite interesting. It was intriguing in the sense that she really spoke so boldly on the role, the position of the judiciary in as far as how it performs its mandate. Here me, Alex, and many were afraid after the meeting that they had with the executive. We were like, man, it's one thing that our legislature has been held captive, but it's another when now the judiciary equally has fallen on the same trap. But now she really spoke boldly about it, and many celebrated these sentiments. I want us to listen to it, and then I'll have my panelists comment about it. Let's listen in, and then we will continue, even as we take a breather.
Heads of missions and development partners to support the judiciary by being ambassadors in calls to enhance respect for the judiciary.
Chief Justice Martha Koome is pushing back after the executive accused the judiciary of chronic corruption.
Today we meet at a time when the whole country has been talking about judicial independence. And of course the discussion has not been present because the judiciary has been accused of being corrupt. And we accept we are part of the society because you cannot talk about corruption in the judiciary alone.
The strain between the executive and judiciary stemming from claims by the executive that some judicial officers are being bribed to issue orders against government projects.
Who is bringing corruption to the judiciary? Why are we allowing our people to be so vulnerable, to feel like they must give a bribe for their case to proceed? Who is this asking for a bribe? Why do we have a mechanism of investigating or prosecuting, and we are not prosecuting these cases of corruption? So we are ready as a judiciary to open ourselves for this introspection and to see who is failing in their duty and who is taking bribes.
The Chief Justice emphasized the judiciary's commitment to defend the constitutional ideal of an independent judiciary, adding that only an independent judiciary can safeguard the rule of law and ensure state stability.
I want to take this opportunity to reassure our partners here and also Kenyans that we in the judiciary will remain independent. We will live up to the ideals of decisional autonomy as protected in the Constitution.
The CJ's assertion on the independence of the judiciary comes against the backdrop of her meeting with President William Ruto, which sparked debate with legal practitioners and the opposition questioning the motive.
Even when we open ourselves up to dialogue, one thing we will not open ourselves to is our decision-making independence. We will never discuss the merit of a case. That will be determined by the judge based on the evidence, based on the law, and based on their own understanding of whatever has been presented to the court. And if that decision turns out to be erroneous and not to be acceptable to any party, they should appeal to the Court of Appeal or whatever mechanism has been set by the law.
Koome said the judiciary is committed to rooting out the scourge of corruption that has been a hindrance to the country's development and has invited the EACC to conduct a systems audit of its operations. To reduce soliciting of bribes, the judiciary has enhanced automation of processes to reduce human interventions in registry processes by onboarding courts countrywide to the e-filing system by March 2024.
I therefore urge all of us and all of you, Your Excellencies, the ends of mission and our development partners, to be our ambassadors by advocating for the respect for institutional independence.
The Chief Justice calling for the support of development partners and heads of mission to protect the judiciary from institutional collapse and loss of public trust. On the upsurge in gender-based violence.
All right. All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm glad that you are watching us and following closely our conversation. Karibu sana. I see many still commenting na many still watching. Thank you very much for keeping it Afrique 24. God, Geoffrey Ruto, asante sana. Good year. See you. Unasema better late. Pole, umechelewa. Sawa, ni sawa sawa, lakini karibu sana, and many of you joining in, karibuni sana. Ramos Yegon, thank you so much for being part of this, and many commenting hapo kwa comment section, akina Nafe and everyone else. Asante, asante sana. David Uganda and everyone else hapo kwa comment section. Thank you very much. Now let's come back to the conversation we are having, and I want to begin with you, Mboro. The statement by Martha Koome, does it now give you the assurance that judiciary really wants to be independent, really wants to focus on the rule of law and fight for the right to be as independent, as autonomous as it is in the constitution? And the statement by Martha Koome, does it give you confidence? Does it erode the notion that you had after they met with the president?
Thank you so much, Jakes. I just want to request that before I come to the judiciary, I just touch on what I think the president should do about the house, the housing projects that he didn't want to undertake. Then I come to the point of the judiciary.
Okay.
Even from the beginning, I had a feeling that how the whole thing is being implemented wasn't the right way, because I just wanted to simplify it in because I understand people, especially I want to see it like now, for instance, when we are having a project in the church. I just want to give a practical example. People sit down and they say, we have this project, the project will cost this much. Then can people pledge and say how much they can afford? And that is when you discover that some people have more money, some people have little money, and people give voluntarily. At the end of the day, you achieve the objective of what you wanted to do. Following from the same, what I think the government would have done, because this is a very noble idea.
Yeah.
When people come together as a group and they pull resources together, they can do tremendous job. The government would have made it voluntary and invite people, invite everyone, anybody who is willing to participate in housing projects, to own a house in Kenya, whether you already have it or you don't have, from wherever you are. You just say how much are you able to pay per month, and you start remitting that to the government. I am sure even Mr. G will be on the front line, including myself and many other people who are in diaspora. Everybody would like to undertake such projects through the government, especially if the money is well managed. We have already seen, we have the example of what has already been constructed, and I think that is what the president and the Kenya Kwanza government is supposed to do: open the ground for everybody. You will see so many people in the diaspora are sending money home because we want to own houses ourselves. And sometimes we are not even, sometimes you start a house, you entrust your brother, your sister, thinking that they are building your house. By the time you go home, you find that they were sending fake pictures. People are having a problem of whom to trust to manage their projects. So if the government can take such advantage and open the ground for anybody who is willing to contribute towards the affordable housing project, and they will even get more money, because how many civil servants do we have in Kenya? So they should not just put it under the civil servants. Even the civil servants, they can be told, those who want to undertake the projects, I am sure 80 or 70% will be willing to undertake such a project. So let them make it voluntary, and they are likely even to get more money than what they are getting right now. There is
Now that question which you have asked about the statement of Mother Koome. Number one, I want to say I have listened keenly to what she was saying. That's a standard statement, well balanced, and that is what was expected of her. The independence of the judiciary, it is not something which can be negotiable. It is enshrined in the Constitution. The decisional autonomy, it is enshrined in the Constitution. That does not mean that the judiciary does not work with the executive. That does not mean that the judiciary is independent in such a way that does not work with the legislatures. That is why. Because it's like the Holy Trinity, where we have God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. That is the same way. The government is made of the three arms, the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. They, as much as they are independent, they are interrelated because they form the government. Sometimes they will be at loggerhead, and that is normal across the world because there are things the government want to pass, and those things are stopped by the judiciary. And it is the work of the judiciary to interpret the laws that are even made by Parliament. It is the work of Parliament to make laws. The laws that the judiciary make, they are not made by the judiciary, you know. And the laws that the executive use, they come from the legislatures, but we interpret them, the judiciary. So that is what is the judiciary is government. So when you hear that the government is interfering with the independence of the judiciary, in the current constitution, that is impossible because even the judges, the chief justice has no power to tell the judges how to make rulings. The judges are supposed to be independent. They make independent rulings. If they, in the event that they are suspected to be corrupt, we already have a system. And this is what I said last time when I talked here, that if there is a judge who is suspected of being corrupt, we cannot subject the judges to the court of public opinion, to the court of public justice. No, it is, we have the institutions, you gather the evidence, then you prosecute that judge. That is the fair way of doing things. So what I would advise the president to do, yes, there are so many bills that have been shot down by the judiciary. I know, yes, Kenya Kwanza government is not happy about it, but what they are supposed to do is to retreat, have a commission, maybe have a team, let them sit down, let them revisit what the judiciary is saying, because if something is wrong, if the process has not been followed properly, even if that problem is not solved now, it will be a problem even tomorrow. So I think it's the only good thing, let them sit down, let them discuss about it, let them rectify what they are supposed to rectify, because at the end of the day, the Parliament has the power to pass those laws, but they have to pass laws that are in accordance with the Constitution. So therefore, I would not want the government, not the government, but the executive to continue being at loggerhead with the judiciary, because at the end of the day, who will suffer? It is the people of Kenya. When when the projects are not being undertaken, who will suffer? Even if the president does not perform for the 5 years, he'll be a president for 5 years. But what happens at the end of the day? The Kenyans are the ones who will have lost because they never got the services that they deserved. So for me, I think it's a good thing if the government, if the executive, the legislatures, and the executive, and the judiciary, can only be good when they are able to work together and when they are able to rectify one another. Here, what you have done is not right. Go back to the drawing board. Put your record straight. Put your path straight. For me, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's a good thing, and that shows that we have a functioning government, and each body should respect the other.
Fantastic. Mr. G, what do you make of Martha Kome's statement? I'm sure we were here with you. Really sad of the meeting. We felt that maybe now we have lost the independence of judiciary. But the last couple of days, the judiciary has made us proud. It has stood its ground. It has made rulings like the one it made on Friday that has made us still feel we have a working independence. Not that we always celebrate when the government loses in court, but we respect the fact that the judges are able to rule against even those in power and show that we can get justice in court. So, what do you make of Mother Kome's speech today? What do you make of it?
Okay, I will agree with what Mburu has just said. You know, when it comes to matter with the judiciary and independence, I think there's nothing to negotiate. Judges should be independent, and their decision and everything that they do, it should be independent. But concerning what happened recently, hizo judgment ambazo zimetolewa na koti and what happened with her going to meet the president, okay, on my side, I still don't see anything. As much as people are rejoicing, they are seeing some light, but kwangu mimi bado, what I can just say ni kuwa bado anaendelea kujipanguza mafuta, anaendelea kujipanguza ile uchafu ilikuwa kwake, because he just performed impunity juzi too. I think it was 2 weeks ago. You know, mimi on my side, mimi sijai kubaliana na this guy called Ahmed Nasir, I think, yeah, the lawyer. That guy sijai kubaliana na yeye kabisa. But now this woman just performed impunity. Uliona ile judgment ambayo alimtolea yeye. Yeah, that was uncalled for. Hiyo haikuwa necessary. But why as a judge ambaye anadanganya watu hapa kwa ati ana fight for impunity, he fights you for independence and everything. Mbona abani Ahmed Nasir? As much as I don't agree with Ahmed Nasir, she was not supposed to ban her. So kwangu mimi bado sijaona anything. Kwangu bado nabaki kuwa judges are corrupt. Judges are corrupt. And we need to find a structure whereby we can clean it. Yeah, huyu mwanamke pia, I don't believe in her. Hiyo ndio mimi nabaki nayo. Mr. Jex, I don't see anything to rejoice. On my side, I don't see anything to rejoice. Huyu mtu baada anaendelea kuperform impunity na still baada anaendelea kuperform impunity hivyo. Since I broke my heart wakati aliniumiza akituita hot air and white goons, I will never agree with anything ambao kanasema hata kafanye nini. I will never agree.
Yani you never forgive. Wewe ukikosewa ni hivyo, ninayo story.
No, kuna watu I forgive, kuna watu nitasamehe, lakini Martha Koome I can't forgive her. Martha Koome kwangu siwezi forgive.
But why? Because I think she did her job, or rather, it was a collected effort. It is her and 6 others. What she did, she just read what they wrote. Okay. So,
Jex, I'm leaving. Jex, I'm leaving. But I will just leave you with one comment. Why I'm saying so. Unajua, Nguru, hebu mute kidogo, kuna echo. I just want to take 2 minutes or 1 minute and then I go. Why I cannot forgive this woman? Unajua, to me, I believe that when you stand with truth, always, hata mtu akija na uongo, utajaribu kivyovyote kile umurekebishe mpaka aone that light. You see? And there's a day ambao I gave here a judgment, and I gave here an example of the judgment ambao Solomon alipatiana wakati that 2 women, mmoja wao alikuwa na mtoto akaua kwa kulalia na mwingine akawa mtoto wake ako alive. Wakati waliamka asubuhi, the woman ambaye alikuwa ameua mtoto wake akaanza kulilia yule mtoto ambaye ako alive. When they went to Solomon used wisdom na akaweza kupata mtoto alikuwa ni wa nani. These guys here, our majudges, hata umuua mtu leo, umuua mtu alafu unaenda na pesa alafu na uongo kidogo evidence, utashinda kesi. Why can't they stand with the truth? Kama mtu amuua, hata kama jamaa unaona ni kama anaseleki, help her ama help him to find the right judgment. Sasa hapa mtu ameua alafu mnaenda mnasema tu mtu ndo ameshinda kesi. Mtu ameibia mtu shamba, alafu mnaenda mnasema huyo mtu hiyo shamba ni yake, na ukweli kabisa ameiba shamba. This is a guy ambaye alikuwa anaishi hapa since 1960 something 1970 something. Mtu amekuja juzi, hata ajui hiyo area inakaa vipi, anamuibia shamba, alafu kwa sababu hapo na pesa, alafu na evidence zingine za ukora na hizo fake document, anapewa shamba. To me, I can't agree with this. Says, I'm gone.
All right, I know I'll have you in the morning.
Mr. G, koja kidogo. Mr. G usiende kidogo. Niko na swali.
Tufunge show pamoja.
Namuelewa. Tomorrow he has an early one and he will be equal in the morning show, but uko na swali watu wanataka kukuuliza. Geoffrey has a question and Mr. Alex wants you to stick around, but let me begin with swali ya Mboro. Yes, Mboro, your question to Mr. G.
Unajua, after listening to Mr. G analyzing Mother Koome and the statement he has made, nimediscover huyu jamaa
he has a wounded heart,
yeah, nimediscover huyu jamaa sio jokes anakuaga nayo. Hii kitu imemfinya sana kwa moyo. Na unajua Mr. G, mpaka nikajiuliza, sasa mimi utanisamehe wakati unasikia nikiingilia Azimio, nikiingilia baba hapa, labda pia mimi umeniweka ile category ya Mother Koome.
Mburu, you are a friend.
Unajua nimeona ukiwa unajua nimeona vyenye leo unanitafutia vita mpaka nikayuta, haya maybe huyu jamaa hata maybe amenichukia.
Hapana, I just don't like impunity. Unajua mtu ambaye ana defend impunity siwezi kubaliana na yeye.
So Mr. G, okay, let me tell you what happens. When a ruling is made in your favor, for instance, I was supporting Kenya Kwanza and I wanted Kenya Kwanza to win. Mr. G was supporting Azimio and he wanted Azimio to win. You celebrate basing on which side you were in. But that does not mean that tomorrow the same judiciary will not rule in your favor. Kama sisi tulifurahia kwa sababu ya outcome. Tukasema upande wetu imekuwa sawa. Lakini kumbuka the same judiciary kuna wakati ilikuwa imeangusha Uhuru vibaya sana. Ni vyenye tu ODM walishindwa venye watajipanga vizuri na uchaguzi irudiwe. So saa hii sisi wenye tulikuwa tuna celebrate ati ruling imekuwa mzuri. Sasa the same judiciary sasa tena imesema hii mambo mnajaribu kupitisha hapa, hapana. Na si moja, imeangusha karibu projects, all the bills za serikali 6, almost more than 6. Sasa serikali iko in a standstill. So saa hii the best you can do saa hii ni kusema the judiciary is doing its work, furahia. The other thing, kwa my friend Mr. G, maana nimeona hii kitu iko so personal na iko kwa moyo bwana. Usichukulia siasa kwa ugumu. Don't put politics in heart. Wakati unaona mimi nikiongea hapa hii mambo, mimi I just enjoy politics and hakuna mwana siasa ninapenda sana. Usipende hao wanasiasa sana, hao ni marafiki. In fact, William Ruto is closer to Baba than you or than anybody else. Sahi, wakati hata Baba alikuwa mgonjwa, kina William Ruto ndio walikuwa wa kwanza kukimbia kwenda kumwangalia kwa hospitali. I mean, hawa watu wanaongea, wanaitanaga, wanaenda wanakunywa chai mahali sisi hatuko. So wao wanaenjoy maisha yao, wanaendelea na maisha yao. Lakini huku chini unakuta sisi tunaamini vyenye tu wanasema on the media. Tunadhani that is the situation. But I'm telling you, all politicians are good friends. Na usishangae ukiona Baba na Ruto na hiyo team yote wakifanya kazi pamoja. So please Mr. G na mwingine ambaye amefinyika moyo kiasi hiyo, tafadhali tuachilie hiyo mambo yaliyopita. Tukage yajayo.
Mr. G, any response before I come to Alex?
You know, Mr. Jex. You know, Mr. Jex, Mburu anatuambia ati no politician who are at all politicians wako the same. hata ni marafiki sana. Wengine kuna vitu zingine ambazo kuwa wakubaliana na, okay, I can agree with him on some, but ukweli ni kuwa, for example, you know, for me, I like somebody, I like a politician, although he's dead at the moment, the president of South Africa, ambaye anaitwa Mandela. Mandela, there's a time alikuwa na some disagreement na that former president. Nimesahau jina yake, inaitwa Delhi kama Delhi, there's something inaanza na D.
Tambo Mbeki.
Yeah. No, not Tambo Mbeki, not Tambo Mbeki. Jina yake inaanza na D.
De Klerk?
Yeah, de Klerk. This guy, ilifika wakati wakaenda Amerika. Walipoenda Amerika, journalist waliuliza huyo Mandela kama ana recognize that guy kama president. Mandela alisema, no, I don't recognize this guy. I don't recognize him. He's the president of whites. Hivyo ndo alisema, na akasimama hivyo. Na walikuwa wanaenda State House. Alikataa kuingia na huyo jamaa State House. Why? Kwa sababu mtu kama ni ako na impunity, it's just impunity. Mpaka ile siku ata repent, aonyeshe kuwa amerepent. This idiot siwezi.
We mpaka arepent. We sawa. We sawa. Anaitwa Mr. G. All right. Alex,
mimi sitaki kuongelelea hiyo kesi.
Tuachie hapo, tutadili nayo asubuhi. Mr. Alex, what do you make of Martha Kome's speech? Does it bring back the confidence that many feared was lost by them meeting with William Ruto in State House last week? Alex? Alex, are you there? I thought nimekusikia tu sahi. Alex?
Unmute him.
All right. No, I don't think ni mimi nimemute. It's him. Alex, are you there? All right. Before I even get him back, let's listen to something ambayo imeisha tu saizi concerning the housing levy. Na hii ndio argument ya jamaa anaitwa Otieno Kajwang, not Otieno Kajwang, the brother anaitwa aje? Kajwang something, Moses Kajwang, I think. Senator wa Kisumu, what he's saying concerning the housing levy.
Raised your preliminary objections, if I may use that term here, on even how it's being considered by the National Assembly in exclusion of the Senate. But is it that this bill cures what the High Court pointed out?
I don't think it does. And it was not on just that specific element that Kurias talked about, because there is some litigation on Article 40.
I'll work on that video. It seems in a hang. I'll work on it just now. But Bon Alex, I know now you're back. I think the other connection had a problem. What do you make of Martha Kome's sentiments, and does it bring back the confidence to you and many who really feared the meeting that they had with the president?
First of all, I'll say this. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yeah, I can say this. Independence does not mean you cannot interact. And we should not criminalize association.
Correct.
Yeah, I know one guy who Cavell is a Democrat married to a strategist who is a Republican. I know there was one guy whose wife was working for Trump, and the guy was criticizing Trump. I know Floyd Shivambu, he's in EFF, but Bibiaka ko ANC. And that's what Mburu is saying. You have to separate the way politics is played. It's ideology. So yes, we had fears because until today it was a closed door meeting. We didn't know what they were saying. So far, I'm looking at she's trying to redeem herself. She's made so many mistakes as a Chief Justice. And I think they had a meeting with Magara and also Butuga. And I think the two tried to advise her because they saw that Ikiti Mshida. So, that's what exactly she's trying to do, to restructure. Because if he doesn't restructure, Ruto will take all these corrupt cases and sack them and put his own, which will be we will be in a worst state whereby judges are allied to one party. Already we know the 6 judges that were put that Uhuru refused to do what? To appoint. So I think she's doing a good job. Let her take over the judiciary. Let her restructure it. Let her find the corrupt ones and find a way to replace it, because we don't want the standstill that was there between Uhuru and her, and we started questioning what is it the president only who can swear in these people? That question came in. But at the same time, some of us from the corner, we don't trust her. We don't trust her at all because of the way he made the ruling. You see, it was not a legal language, using the word hot air, the words like that. You know, even if we have lost, use some legal language that even the kids. But that was I think Ahmed Nasir is the one who wrote that and gave it to her because she was profusing. She was profusing alikuwa anatoa jasho nyingi sana, and she was worried. The other thing is she has seen for the first time judges wanaandamana. You know, that is worrying. Legal fraternity, the whole of Kenya came together through the LSK, and they were able to have a very successful maandamano. So she knows too. If she makes some mistakes, Judicial Service Commission can review her and take her home because they have the powers. So she better put her house in order. These judges that we keep on hearing that are corrupt, I like what the Judicial Service Commission did the other day, whereby they sacked one of the judges because they used the right procedure, and Sonko went to the Judicial Service Commission, and under review, it was found, and Sonko gave evidence, and he was able to be removed. So I believe if there are judges that Ruto has pertinent evidence, he should go to the courts and make sure the judges go. Because the truth is that we have had judges being given. You remember the Sonko leaks? There were those Sonko leaks about wanaweka kwa Facebook, and the judges the judges wakakuja pamoja wakamgang wakamwambia if you continue to post them he will go to jail. Okay? Sonko stopped. But you saw how those judges were negotiating for money to help Sonko stay in that seat. There were millions of money. Some were even 300 million. You can imagine. So the truth is that these judges are extremely corrupt. Not si ati ni wachache, ni wote. Ni wote. Okay? So that hatuwezi vuta wote. So it's a pandemic within the judiciary over the years. That a vice that has not been dealt with. So you don't expect Koome to deal with it fully. It should be piecemeal or patchworks, pole until we get it right. But she should start the work of now doing it. That's my take.
All right. Now let me go
Mr.
to
G,
a matter
Mr.
that
G,
yes, Mr. G.
there's a comment ambayo nilikuwa nataka we talk about it, and Alex Namburu anaweza nisaidia. You know, when this woman banned Nasir, kuna comment ambayo, kuna statement ambayo Nasir alitoa. I think it is in Twitter ama iko kwa YouTube, where alikuwa anaongea akasema atakuja kwa Supreme Court ile siku ambao hawa watakuwa hawako. There's a group of people ambao alitaja majina. So, what is your take on that
Yeah.
statement?
And I think, I don't know if it's here we talked about it or it's over a phone call or another meeting that I was in, where someone was asking that statement could mean something because he mentioned Martha Koome, mentioned Philomena Mwilu, mentioned smoking Wanjala, and only left akina Lenaola. Is it called Lenaola? I think. Anaitwa hivyo,
Yeah,
the other
Yeah.
Lenaola.
judge,
Yeah.
Mr. Alex. Anaitwa Lenaola.
Yeah,
So
okay,
someone was
Lenaola.
asking this. Could it be a scheme, and a nice script that some that they might want to remove some of these judges so that they create a Supreme Court that favors um a narrative come 2027, yeah, so they begin this corruption story nini nini, then kidogo kidogo anze kusikia jaji fulani ameshikwa na a certain case and because of integrity issues and chapter 6 huyo judge anatoka, and according to that person akuwa anasema because according to Benasili anasema atangoja wakati Lenaola makes the majority of the judges. So someone was asking, what makes him argue like that? Could he be knowing something that we don't? That he's so confident, because where does he get these guts to fight the judges? And he's not even afraid. He's not blinking an eye. And I like umenikumbusha hiyo part, Mr. G. Alex, what do you make of that nini by Mr. Ahmed Nasir?
You know, Mr. Ahmed Nasir, the truth is that he was the chairman of Judicial Service Commission. And being the chairman of Judicial Service Commission for one term, then you remember they also ejected him because of corruption. So he's neither clean hata kama ako hivi. But he is deeply rooted in the courts. He's not just a normal judge. He rarely loses his cases because he has personal friendship with every lawyer, including huyu mwenye wanapiganaga na yeye, huyu mkale, I don't know, unaitwa nani? There's this lawyer that lives a very up. Yeah. So he is a person who can criticize you and also at the same time become your best friend. So what I take from there is he's slapping Koome on the face and telling him that the Chief Justice time elapses, but the rest still stays there. But we'll review the rest who are against me, so that the next Chief Justice ni Lenaola. That's basically what he means. He's telling Koome, your time is coming up, and we will make sure that the person who succeeds from you is Lenaola. That's what basically he's trying to tell him. Yeah.
All right. I don't know if Mboro has something to say about that, but I think I can get that tweet for
yes,
you
Jakes.
as well.
Yes, Jakes, I must
What
have
do you have to
something
say
to say.
about Ahmed Nasir?
Yeah, number one, even before I say anything about his statement, I think it was in bad faith that Mother Koome decided to take that route of barring him from operating in the Supreme Court. That shows some level of intolerance. That shows that she is not willing to hear any divergent view. For me, I think that's not good, because when you occupy such a higher position, and you should allow people to talk whatever they want to say. That's freedom of expression. In the process, also listen to them. Maybe there is something they are saying. And that I remember Mwai Kibaki. Mwai Kibaki said, listen to people, even those who don't love you. They could be saying something. And when you listen, maybe there is something you can pick. Do you remember that statement? Maybe there is something they are saying that can help you. They could be saying something. So I think what and for me, I like those people who criticize me and who tell me what I am doing is not right. There was a time one day somebody criticized me, actually, my real sister. And that has helped me up to date, because she told me something that nobody had ever told me. So for her, she thought maybe I got offended by what she said, but I said I underline that and I work on that, you see, and I'll prove on that. And because I did that, I am a better person, you see. So this is what I want to say. The judiciary is the only institution that can help the nation grow or develop. But when the judiciary is corrupt by itself, yet it is the institution that the whole nation is looking upon to end corruption, then we are doomed as a nation. As a nation, we have nowhere to run to. Because, Jakes, I have told you, I have visited almost every court in the Republic of Kenya. We as a family have struggled with one case in Kenya for 30 good years. You can imagine. 30 good years from one judge to another, from one judge to another. And I can tell you, these judges, they meet with lawyers, they exchange money, the lawyers bribe each other. I mean, justice in Kenya is on sale, and it has been like that for many years. People have lost their legitimate properties. People have lost their money, billions of money. Yani Jakes, unaona hii ni shamba yako, na kwa sababu mtu ako na nguvu, akiipenda anaenda kwa judiciary, hata utajua title ilitoka wapi. Sisi hata title yetu ilifichwa. Yani title imewekwa na judiciary, wakati muna ruling imetoka ati tuendee title, inatafutwa, imefichwa. I mean, we have suffered in the courts of Kenya. So mimi nikisikia mtu akisema hizi sijui majaji sijui nini, I don't know. But at the same time, we have some hope. We have seen some serious reforms in the judiciary, but that does not mean that corruption has ended in the judiciary. Nasir, what I can say about Nasir is that I think he is eyeing to become the Chief Justice of Kenya. And that is why he has become so critical on the performance of the how do we call it, of the courts, and the performance of Martha Koome and the Supreme Court. He is trying to bring the bad part of it, because for me, I think he is thinking he is well able and he's qualified to handle that position. I had never heard about his corruption case. I just heard from Alex. For me, I thought that Nasir is somebody who is above board. And the Muslims in Kenya have been doing commendable job, such that even the corrupt people, they are so much afraid when they hear their case is with a judge who is a Muslim. What we should be doing is to ask ourselves as Christians, what went wrong with us? That people who call themselves Christians, they don't have values. They don't have standards because of the fear they have for their God. That today, the people who do their work, most of the people in Kenya who perform very well, are people from the Islam religion. I wonder. That is why you see even Uhuru Kenyatta gave them the most critical positions in the government. Why? Because they can be trusted. Jakes, I can tell you, because I have worked in organizations, somebody is going to the church every Sunday with a Bible, but just make a mistake of entrusting that person with money. Yani, sijui venye itakuwa biguni, na mimi naona kama hatutaingia. Tukiendelea hivyo wa Kristo. Yani, there is nobody you can entrust with your money. Nobody. I'm telling you the truth. Tumia mtu hata wenu pesa, mwambie nataka unifanyie hivi. Hiyo pesa hautaipata. I mean, especially for us Christians, we really need to think. Bona tumeaguka chini hivyo. Bona hatuogopi hata Mungu. We don't fear. That's why Kenya is so corrupt. But as unasikia we are corrupt like that, but statistics say over 80% of people in Kenya are Christians. On Sunday, they are in church. Prayers, tunaomba na mpaka tunalia. Lakini shida hazitutoki, maana haturekebishi tabia. We don't change, we don't fear. The only thing we think about is myself, me, myself, and I. How will I enrich myself? It is, yani mtu anaweza lilia judiciary, alilie koti kama hauna pesa. Lakini haki hautapata. Jex nakuambia, sometimes ilikuwa inabidi tunaficha mzee tunamficha ili asishikwe, kwa sababu orders zimetolewa kutoka kotini ashikwe. At the same time order imetolewa ya kuja kuchukua vitu zetu zifanyiwe auctioneering. Yani orders zilikuwa zinakuja zimefuatana. Kwa sababu gani? Kuna kashaba yake inatakikana na hana pesa kama wale wenye wanaitaka. Isipokuwa ni Kibaki alikuja akaanza kubadilisha majudges na sheria zikaanza kubadilika. I am telling you, sisi tungepoteza shaba yetu yote. I'm telling you. So tukisema judiciary inastahili kurekebishwa, irekebishwe not because of the government of William Ruto. Hawa wanaweza pambana. Usidhani the executive doesn't have the power kupigana mpaka mambo yao ipite. Hawa wanaweza pigana, lakini kwa wanyonge wanaendelea kuumia, wanaendelea kunyang'anywa vitu zao, manyumba zao zinaendelea kubomolewa kwa sababu wenye nguvu wanapata their way. So no judge can, the other thing which I can say is that there is no judge who can be removed from position without substantial evidence. And Nasir knows that. So when he is saying that hawa watu watatoka, he might be knowing something about them, because Nasir is not just an ordinary lawyer. This is an experienced lawyer, and he knows the procedures, and he knows the law. He must be knowing that maybe there is evidence somewhere that these judges, if these cases are to be forwarded to the Judicial Commission, they are likely to lose their jobs. If not that, I think also he is communicating to them to tell them, don't think that those positions you occupy, you have them for eternity. It is just for a while. Utilize them properly. Don't just make orders telling me not to come to the Supreme Court, because you are also not going to be there forever. When your term expires, another regime will come, and the other regime which will come will open doors for me. So he might be speaking those two things. That one, we might have cases against you that will kick you out. Number two, remember, you are, even if we don't have case against you, you are not there forever. You will leave the judiciary, Mother Koome, you have term limit, and after that, you will go. I think that's what he was trying to say.
All right. Of course, the jury is still out there, because is that not and I'm glad I'm joined by a friend of mine and a guy that I'll introduce to us just now. He goes by the name Reverend Seth Ochieng Orili, all the way from Brazil. Karibu sana kwa show, and I'll be having you just now, Bwana Reverend. But before I come to you, allow me to ask Honorable Alex this. Lex, let me ask you, what stops the court from equally going from to any other lawyer who criticized them? Because today is Nasir, tomorrow it will be someone else. And is it not denying the fundamental rights that one guarantees you as a person the right to fair hearing, to have an advocate of your choosing? It is your right to choose an advocate. You know, the court cannot dictate you must be represented by so and so. But we saw the judges tell a certain case involving Moi's family and someone else that they cannot be represented by Akina Nasir. Is that not almost an overreach? Is it not equally breaking the law, or rather denying someone what is almost like a constitutional right?
the pronouncement by Koome was wrong and
Mm-hmm.
immoral. It looks like a vendetta, almost a retaliatory, because the man Nasir, hata ndio maana nilikwambia hiyo statement ya hot air yeye ndiye aliandika. He can really annoy you with his tweets. So I think hata yeye he needs to balance on how he criticizes people, because sometimes he goes too far. Some of the tweets that he writes are so extreme. He can really put you down. But in terms of his work, he does an excellent job. He prepares his work very well, and that's why in Supreme Court he was a favorite of the Supreme Court, because he was winning his cases in a good way. But balance it. Life is about balance. The cardinal rule of life is balance. Akona matusi yeye sana, pia yeye akona matusi sana. He is equally very annoying sometimes. But then, with due respect, he does his job very well akifika kotini. Na anajua vile ana respect the courts. So I think it was immoral and wrong for Koome to do that, because it's a vendetta against one person. But people have been critical to the court about corruption. There are many lawyers, who have
Because
written
there's what
bad things.
I'm asking. So there is no difference between what he does and what Akina Nuru Okanga do. They criticize, and at times the words they use are not palatable, but it is their right, they practice their right. It's what we are even doing here. We are criticizing, we are analyzing, all right? Maybe we are using decent language, but in actual terms, this is what we are doing. What Nasir does, he airs his views as he sees it. We might not like it.
Don't
He might
compare
use
with Noro.
erroneous words, but that's what he does. What he
Do not ever compare us with Nuru Okanga. Let me tell you something.
No,
No.
Exactly.
Do not do that. And that's one of the things nilifanyanga nikakosana na Bernard wakati alikuwa anawaleta huko, ati sasa hao ndio tuna interview. What you do not reduce our intelligence to what they do huko na kina Gaucho. And do not compare Nuru Okanga with Abend Nasir, tafadhali. Yeah, that one is abusing the intelligence of some people, which they have worked so hard for.
I hear you. But my point was, we criticize. That was my point.
Please
No,
ungeleta
sorry.
mtu mwingine who
I didn't mean
criticizes
any foul.
like Kioni and other people who say words that sometimes Wajakoya says words that are. I mean, there's some people you can compare with others, but
I
Nuru
support you.
Okanga, Omosh one, sijui nini, don't put me there.
Yenye hadi Mboro amekusupport, it's a good one. All right. I don't know
Sisi
if you're
tuliacha vita na Alex. Haujajua?
all right. Umebakia tu na Mr. Geoffrey. Yeah, Geoffrey ndio iko deep. All right. Reverend Seth.
Haiko deep one.
Haiko deep. All right. Reverend Seth, how are you? Good to see you. Hope you're well, sir.
Jake, I'm well, by the grace of God. Greeting to all of you, people who are live and people who are behind the scene. Greetings to all of you and Happy New Year.
Greetings, Leverage. You're most
Thank
welcome.
you. Thank
Happy New
you.
Year to you.
I want to talk very briefly concerning Grand Mullah. Grand Mullah Abdul Nasir frequently attacking judiciary. From where I sit, Grand Mullah is being used, and is being used by William Samoei Ruto. Ruto himself behaves like a mafia. When a mafia used you and you don't toe the line, they do away with you. They evacuate you, they kill you, or they disable you in all angles.
Amen. Amen.
So there is this story of Justice Lenaola receiving bribe. It is true that was given the bribe, and Grand Mullahs knows that. Now, the main intention of giving out this money was to declare Ruto the president elect, and also they were planning that judiciary will be under William Ruto, that whatever William Ruto will be doing, because they have given the money, they watakuwa wanafanya vile vile. But things have changed. Martha Koome amebadilika sana, afanyi venye Ruto anataka. Now Grand Mullah anatumika hapa kwa sababu he knows all the game. Hata ukiangalia tweet zake kuhusu the corruption and the attack to the judiciary, there is something that he knows. Na hawezi akaongea vile if he doesn't have someone behind him. Remember, this is a Supreme Court of the land. They are powerful. But this guy has audacity to keep on attacking them. That means there is a force behind Grand Mullah. Nothing can be done because he's being protected, having been the lawyer to President William Ruto before. Now, another thing, this attack is, they have a game plan. And the game plan, as I said, mafia aweza kutumia marambili. So Ruto is already planning for 2027. And he cannot have the same bench because Kenya automatically, election will be contested in 2027. But he cannot have the same bench to do for him the same game. So all a ploy to clean the judiciary, to bring friendly judges, that if the election will be contested 2027, hata kama hata shinda, he has the judiciary that will always support him. So msiangalie Grand Mullah ya kwamba is an activist fighting for something. No. This is a grand scheme for William Ruto in readiness of 2027. Ruto is planning for 2027. That's why unaona is bringing in Ndindi Nyoro closer, trying to replace Rigathi Gachagua. Kwa sababu Rigathi Gachagua ameangalia Rigathi akaona Rigathi cannot give him the numbers of vote. So he's using this young man maybe with the intention to confuse young central voters. So I'm not surprised with what Grand Mullah is doing. Mimi naona tu ni mtu ambaye anatumika na Ruto in the readiness of 2027. But it is very sad, it's very sad for us that this guy, this William Ruto, amenunua kila mtu na bado anaendelea kununua watu wa makanisa. Why am I saying today? Nilikuwa nasikia watu akina Linjiru wakicomplain ya kwamba Keika hata anapeana pesa kwa makanisa. Kwa hivyo hiyo trend ya kuanza kununua even the clergy from now is in the readiness of 2027. So mimi kanisa imetulet down sana. You know, church should be a watchdog. You know, church should be a watchdog. Isaidia wananchi when the government is not doing things right. But at the moment, they are still being pocketed. Our learn from the mistake they made last election. So bwana Jack, nikimaliza ni hivi, tuwe vigilant. Wanao support na Abdul Nasir now, they should trade with him carefully. That guy is on a mission and he has a full support of Kenya Kwanza. They want to do away with Martha Koome and some judges in the bench. And from where I see it, I see Lina Ola is being prepared to take over, but the rest will go. I don't know how he will do it. Maybe we'll do it through the parliament, because parliament amechukua. So I don't know. Kuna kesi pia nilikuwa nimesikia kesi ya Azimio. Wana challenge the declaration of Wetangula ya kwamba Kenya Kwanza ni wako wengi. Unless that ruling is done in favor of Azimio, then I'm seeing a situation whereby the parliament will not act in the favor of William Ruto when it comes to serious matters like replacing Chief Justice who are working also under tenure. So ni hayo tu wenzangu nilikuwa niko nayo. Thank you. Yeah.
You brought so many sentiments that I'm sure panelists here will want to debate you on. And with me equally is Pastor Jeff Mburu, who I would want him to respond to what you have raised. That the church equally really played a serious role in having the government in question to be in power. And today, as you rightfully said, in Nakuru today, there was a scuffle between the clergy and those who attended the burial of one person, the one chairman of Matatu Sacco that died in war memorial, secondary to the scuffle between the county government and the hospital in question. And this man, by that time, I think alikuwa ametoka theater or something of the sort, according to the story, alikuwa on dialysis in nini, ikakuwa stopped. And hizo tu dakika kidogo, he lost his life. So today was his burial, and the church was, according to them, of course, politicians will always say a lot. Walikatazwa kuongea sana. They were really walikanyagiwa sana. So that's what you are raising. But there is other party of talk. Yeah, he died, and he was buried today. He was a chairman of Maunaro Sacco. Yes.
Yeah, his people are
he died.
His people are pleading and telling the people that he has just come from theater yesterday. He's on oxygen. So where do we take him? It's very unfortunate that he died.
He died. The burial was today.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen the burial, but thanks for letting us know.
So, Mburu, let me ask you. Yeah, I'll be playing it just now. Mburu, let me ask you, what is the role of the church when it comes to politics? As of course, the two of you are quite vast in the matters religion, but what is the role of the church, and how can the church isolate itself from being involved in ways that can bring dishonor and prevent it being tainted in at times ways that it's being tainted that are not right?
I normally try to separate so much my political sentiments and the church. Yeah, because it's a very slippery and ground. However, having said that, what I can say is that the church is very, very influential, especially in Kenya, where we say that 60, not 60, but over 80% of the people are Christians. And the church people have a language. And this language, it is known by those who have stayed in the church for a long time. And Ruto knows the language of the church. And that is why the church is able to identify with him more than other politicians. Because if I take you back, remember, this is a guy who was brought up in the church.
If you search the history of Ruto, you listen to the mother narrating about Ruto and the church, and how he even went to the CU, the chairperson of the Nairobi University CU, and then even when the church was trying to vote down the constitution, the person who was studying with them was one William Ruto. They campaigned together. So they feel like they are able to associate more with Ruto than any other politician. And he also said that if he was not a politician, he would be a pastor. The spirit, sometimes I don't know whether to call it the spirit of a politician and a pastor, are almost sometimes almost the same. It's only that politicians decide to make politics very dirty, but the roles they are supposed to play are very similar, because it is to serve the people. The pastor is called to serve the people, to provide solutions to people's problems spiritually. Now, what the church is supposed to do, it is to pinpoint where all people in the society are going wrong. Not to say that this is my man, especially to tell people you have to vote for this because of ABCD. But the work of the church is to point even where the kings go wrong. Like when you read the Bible, you see how the prophets used even to go to the king. Remember, Elijah went to Ahab and told Ahab that, you know what, you people have sinned against God, and because of that, ABCD will happen. It is the work of the church to point the evils that happen in the nation. So you cannot separate the church and what happens in the nation. But sometimes, because of association, because these are sometimes our church members, sometimes we are not able to balance. We find ourselves leaning on one side because of how we relate with one another. At the end of the day, pastors are human beings. But for me, I would ask that we have to try to remain neutral, because even our members, the members of the church, especially if you have a huge church, it cannot be fair that your people you are telling them, all of them, to, yet some of them have already decided we are voting so and so. Instead of telling them, okay, you people, you have the freedom to choose whoever you want. As a pastor, you can have a stand on your own, but it should not be that the stand of the church is the stand of everybody. You know, but the church in Kenya is very, very influential. But even biblically, you cannot separate the church completely from politics. Anyway, let me just make one point. I don't want to dwell so much on that. I have listened to Reverend, and Reverend has brought up a very interesting angle of Ahmed Nasir and what is happening. And he said that Ahmed Nasir might be used by the president. That is, there is also a very high probability, because in politics everything is possible. That can also be very, very possible, because one, the president is able to see far, and I had not even thought about that. This president we have is able to see very far. And so the hypothesis that he has brought in, that he is not expecting, if there is another court ruling to be made, Ruto is not expecting the same people who ruled on his favor to favor him again. So he might try to get a new team that might favor him, because that is the precedence we have set in Kenya, that we have to go through the election, then we have to end up in the court. It has become our norm in Kenya. So that is a very good perspective. It is possible, it can happen. Ahmed Nasir can be used by the president, and yeah, because that is politics. Politics is a game of strategies. Unajipaga namna gani? So that is also very possible. That's what I think.
All right. I'll be linking you two guys together, Pastor Geoffrey and Pastor and Reverend Seth. We'll have a discussion very soon together. But before I go to any other person, let me come back to Alex. Alex, of course, what you've been seeing me playing is what happened yesterday, or rather, yeah, kwenyu ni today, but kwetu ni yesterday because it's already 1:30 a.m. That was a scuffle during the burial of that man you were talking about. And one of the people who they blame is the church, because they say that now Susan Keka is using the church to gag anyone from speaking. Of course, politicians are used to speak in gatherings, in churches. The church has been allowing, but leo wamekaziwa kidogo. I think you saw the first one, the one I played, where they were walking out after being gagged severally. They chose to walk away. You need to get that the clips are all over in the social media. There is where they were walking away in protest of their displeasure. And then, of course, here is where they addressed the media. But the war on, and I'm sure even Boro knows the hospital, War Memorial is when a governor chooses to use a hospital to gain political mileage. What comes to your heart, Alex?
You know, Jex, I could not believe at this age, at this era, something like that can happen. I don't know where those powers come from. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you become merciless. You become
Mm-hmm.
you become immoral at heart,
Mm-hmm.
to a point
Mm-hmm.
that you do not see the suffering of the people, the very people who
Mm-hmm.
elected him. I remember the guy who
Mm-hmm.
was looking after him said, "I regret for voting for this government." And he was an older guy, and he was shaking his head.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
Susan Kihiga should humble herself and know
Mm-hmm.
that ametesa familia. Now, acha nikwambie, the blood of those people, if they went down and if they died, Susan Kihiga may have power, but she
Mm-hmm.
will never have it. She may take her 10 years, but you saw people like
Mm-hmm.
Chesoni, the way they died, people like Kiviruit, the way they died.
Mm-hmm.
God will judge that woman badly.
Mm-hmm.
What she did was immoral.
Mm-hmm.
There could have been a
Mm-hmm.
mechanism whereby they should have spoken to make sure that there is a transition. The county
Mm-hmm.
government has the money power and all the
Mm-hmm.
structures to transition the
Mm-hmm.
patient, whether
Mm-hmm.
wangewapeleka Evans Memorial Hospital,
Mm-hmm.
wangewapeleka yangu yangu Bahati Hospital. There are many small
Mm-hmm.
hospitals there, and so that they can sort out the mess.
Yeah.
But
Including the general one, the general hospital. That is just the general hospital is less than 2 kilometers away. Annex,
exactly,
they share the same gate. Actually, they're just there. There were so many ways of solving it.
yeah, but the woman is drunk with power. She couldn't think beyond the suffering of. She only thought about the land, and this is the problem that we are having. Uh, I think Mburu said at the beginning that once these people are elected, they speak one language, and we speak another language. You know, the other day I saw, during the talks, the NADCO talks, you are seeing Otienda Molo playing soccer with the Chungwa in the morning, and they were running together. And yet, when it comes to fundamental issues, they disagree. Eh? You see Moses
Mm-hmm.
Kuria impromptu come to the funeral of Jaramogi, the memorial of Jaramogi Oginga, and he's given the front seat. And you remember Nyang' Nyong'o
Mm-hmm.
said, Moses Kuria, today you are sleeping here, you are not going to Nairobi. These are friends. These are allies. You see, we should know how to treat them. I remember one time Sakaja said, man, munapigananga hapa nje mnaenda maandamano for no reason. Because sisi tukishamaliza bunge iko kafetiri hapa tunaenda tunakunywa pamoja.
Mm-hmm.
So these are people who are drunk with power. But I was appalled that we have gone to that extent that we can close an hospital. I mean, I don't think any other country has done that, even when Sani Abacha, who was most evil, was the president of Nigeria. I think we have set a record here. And then the appeal is the refusal totally by the Minister for Education to disburse a bursary. Now we are having an educational crisis. Saa hii tunachangia watoto, unasikia mtoto fulani ako desperate, mtoto ameenda Kanga High School, amebeba box lakini ako na kiatu moja, ako na sabuni mbili. I think you have seen those cases. The one Simba Arati Karen akapeleka mtoto precious girl, ingine Chahira akachukua akapeleka mtoto akampeleka Kisi High School. I mean, our community was most affected by this thing, and yet we have a minister for education from our community. It doesn't mean that he should help us more, but it looks bad that we are creating crises which are artificial, that we should not create. I condemn Kivika by all necessary means, and I ask God to pay her for the things that she has done that are immoral. You cannot allow people to die like that mercilessly. I didn't know that guy died, wewe ndio umeniambia, but I saw the interview when he was being interviewed by the media, and he said, huyu mtu ametoka theater jana, ako under oxygen. Transportation peke yake hatujui vile tutamtransport, and they could not even listen. That is my take on that.
All right. I've heard you brought in matters education. Seth, what could be wrong with our education? Because we have even now gone to the courts to sue to sue the cabinet secretary kwa sababu amefanya visivyo when it comes to the release of the last year's exam. We are seeing over 130,000 children yet to join high school. We are seeing bursaries being delayed or even being denied to the very vulnerable. We are seeing capitations delay, CDF in a delay. What could be wrong with our health, with our education? Where are we getting it wrong?
But we have a failed government. That's a sign that the government is failing. Meanwhile, I want to hear from Pastor Mburu what he has to say about this.
Mburu,
yes.
The good reverend has posted this to you. What do you say about education?
I've got only one word. This is a failed government. A government whereby the health of its citizens doesn't matter for them. Education doesn't matter for them. So to me, that's a sign of a failed government. So I want to hear from Buru what he has to say about it. To me, it's a failed government. The government that shouldn't be there even right now as I'm speaking.
Mburu, what do you make of a desperate call for urgency in our education sector that results zikitolewa, they're not proper? Yeah, students are not joining school on time. It's the 4th week now turning, and some children are yet to join school. Others are crying. Actually, most of them, the issue is school fees. Over 130,000 children are yet to do that. Capitation delay from the government, CDF delay from the government, what they term as bursaries. They're not really going to the most vulnerable. What could be going wrong with our education sector? And it's what defines our future tomorrow. If we joke with health, education, what are we doing to our next generation? Pastor Mburu? Jeff, are you still there? He was equally at work. I don't know if he has a moment. Yes, Jeff?
Yes, I was trying to unmute.
All right.
Yes, but now I'm ready to say something about it. One,
I would like to say that it's an unfortunate situation that we are in. However, I may not have the small details of what is happening. I can only give the speculation of what is going on. When the Kenya Kwanza government came into power, the president was very critical on our borrowing and what we should borrow for. And one thing I remember him saying, and which is on the economic perspective, it should be the right position, that if we are to borrow, we should not borrow for consumption. We borrow for development and infrastructure, because those infrastructure, at the end of the day, they will help now the citizens to live a better life and even to generate more money to be able to pay. And if we are to go by the situation which our nation is in, our nation doesn't have money. If we are to have subsidies, not even subsidies, if we are to have enough money for our children, basing on our economy, we have to borrow. We have to borrow for us to be in a position to give money for our children. However, I know we have CDF, and also we have the county governments. I don't know how the bursary is being handled in Kenya. I don't have proper information. But previously, we used to have the members of parliament giving part of the money they get, the CDF money, for bursary. And also we have the bursary from the county government. I want to take a case study of Kiambu. Kiambu is doing very well when it comes to the matter of education and bursaries. Why? Because the governor is very keen on the issue or on the matter of education. He is prioritizing that. So we have to look at it not just on the angle of the national government and where the national government has failed. Who are these others who are failing? Because it should be a collective kind of work which we are supposed to do to educate our children. However, I don't know what the law stipulates about bursary and who is supposed to release bursary. I don't know whether the national government has money that is set aside for bursary. I don't have that information. But I want to say this. If our leaders, especially the county leaders, have the goodwill, if our MPs have the goodwill, and the national government, we should not have an excuse as to why our children should not be in school. As much as I would like to say that the government does not have money, we should try to support the children because the education is very important for our children. We as pastors, what we can do is to keep praying and praying for the government. Because the impact of what you see in Kenya right now, it has come because of so many factors. One, we had a prolonged period of drought, which affected the economy so much. Even before we had recovered that, then we entered into a prolonged season of the pandemic, where people were not even being able to go to work. The economy was so much affected. And sometimes when things are happening, the impact is not felt immediately. So we are now in the phase which we call the economic recovery. So we still be having some hardship, but we should not go to the extreme of saying this is a failed government, because I believe nobody wants to fail. Maybe there are things that are not working and some strategies that are not working, or there are more challenges than the government is able to handle. So let us not go to the extreme of saying we should not have this government, because after all, we already have the government in place. If we are to decide to force them out, for instance, if we are to go to the extreme end of saying now, let us do away with the government, it will even be more pain to the people than to the politician. So we don't have choice. We have to accept we have a government, and we support it as much as we can.
You know, we don't have a
Reverend
problem
Seth,
in.
I saw you laugh, Dogo. I don't know why you did so, but
Yeah, because Mburu said that we should not be extreme to say that the government or the government is failing. Jax, if someone can be removed from a machine at the order of the governor, surely another thing is, if the president cannot respect the constitution, he cannot respect the constitution and is a president. Now we'll talk about the issue of borrowing. There is no government that can run without borrowing. Nations, people borrow, country borrows. From where I sit, there is money, but money is being directed in a different, being directed to things that does not matter. Madam CJ had a private talk. What was the result? More money, more vehicle. Bonamburu, they had what you saw at the outer meeting, that was not the main meeting. The main meeting was between two people, the president and the CJ. And if you watch the clip, they came from one direction, the rest came from a different direction to the same meeting. That means there was a private talk. There was a private talk, which we may not know what they discussed, but I think bribery and corruption took place there. Tumekuwa na njaa Kenya. I remember kulikuwa na njaa in 1980. I was very young, 1983. But during those days, our education was flourishing. Kulikuwa na njaa, but the education was flourishing. So you cannot tell me that this government is working and the money is not there, yet we are seeing money being channeled in a. The president even is in Italy right now using the taxpayers' money. The state house is being renovated by almost 3 billion, while our education sector is dying, while there's no drugs in our hospitals. This government lacked the goodwill. Do you know why? It is because they took over the government illegally. There's no goodwill in them, and therefore Ruto has got no knowledge to revamp this economy. Itakuwa tumetenda. It was tumetenda during the campaign, and even right now, watch the clip in Meru. Tumetenga. Vijana mnataka kazi. Vijana mnataka kazi. Kazi ni ya mjengo, kujenga. Wali mtoto wake si amepewa ministry gani ya damu. Wengine wanapewa mkokoteni. Bwana Mburu. This is where we go wrong. That we don't want to say things as they are. And that's the problem of the church. Church, you said that church should be the term you use, to me, I can say sitting on the fence. And that's why the problem is. We are not supposed to sit on the fence. We are supposed to stand with the truth. We are supposed to tell the president that you are violating the constitution. We are supposed to tell the president there's no need for you to renovate the state house while our education sector is dying. I stand by my word that this government shouldn't be, because they took over the government illegally with the support of the church. The church failed us, and the church is still continuing to fail the citizens of Kenya.
Yeah, Reverend, can I ask you just two questions? You have made your submission very well. But now, I heard you say that the government has not dispersed bursary to the people. And we say that the truth will set us free. And you have said we as the church should tell people the truth. Can you maybe tell us, do you understand the structure of dispersing the bursary to the student? How does it operate, so that if we are to blame the government, we can know at which angle, because there are processes. And I normally say, if I am to say that Mr. Uching has made a mistake, I don't blame Mr. Uching for the mistakes of other people. For instance, before I go to the next question, just tell us the framework of the bursaries, and maybe Mr. Jakes can also help in the process, so that the listeners may understand, so that we don't just talk generally and say, oh, the government has failed. Let us know who has failed, in which way has the government failed, and what is happening. That's the only way we can be in a position to inform the citizens.
Mr. Mburu, I have my governor. I'm answering you. I have my member of parliament.
Yes.
I have my MCA.
Mm-hmm.
If you listen to their speech,
yes,
the money has not been allocated to us. The money which has been allocated is not enough. So where is this structure you are asking me coming from? Will it solve the problem we have in Kenya right now? What I need, I don't need the structure, because the government has the structure. What I want to see my child going to school. Those structures has been there. Why are they not following it? So don't ask me about the structure when my child has not gone to school. Yet I have a government and I have representation.
You see, the reason why I am asking that is because the last time I listened to the government, the information I was getting is that the counties are now receiving their money on time. Is that the position, or the position has changed? If it is true that the counties are receiving their money on time, then we should ask the counties, why are you not allocating the bursaries? And I have given you a case study about Kiambu. The people of Kiambu is, I come from Kiambu, and it's the highly populated county, one of the highly populated from after Nairobi. But Wamatangi, and according to the constitution, the money that people get in the counties is not equivalent to the people. So, but this is a guy who has given checks. Nobody is receiving less than 5,000, and he has done it, I think, 4 times. And he said he will keep on increasing that money. How come that this one governor is able to give bursaries and bursaries after bursaries, and he is a governor just like other governors, and they are receiving, also other governors are receiving money? Why are they not also prioritizing education? So for me, I think it's also a problem of prioritization. But I don't have the information, I don't want to lie, whether the government has dispersed money or not. But the last time I checked, the government was saying that the counties will be receiving money on time. And that is why I was saying, can we know, because now we are talking to the people of Kenya, who has failed, so that we take the blame where it belongs. The other question, Reverend, which I had for you, is that are you blaming the government of William Ruto because of the mistakes of the governor? Because there is a reason why we came up with a proposal of the county government. And the county governments, though they are interrelated with the national government, they have some level of independence to run the counties. And Reverend, I would not want somebody else to make a mistake, then I blame you because maybe you are related to that person. For me, I would say Susan Keheka has done totally wrong, but that is her mistake. She should carry her own cross. If that is what she did, closing the hospital, causing people to die, she should be blamed for that, because tomorrow another person will do something else. Do we have to blame the government for what people who are working in the counties are doing everything? Because even we have even governors from the other side stealing money, and from both sides. Do we have to say, oh, it is William Ruto, or it is the government of William Ruto? For me, I normally say, if Geoffrey has made a mistake, let Geoffrey carry his cross to the end. If it is prosecution, edea Geoffrey, usiseme wameiba wakiwa wote. I mean, that is how I see it myself.
All right,
Uh,
beautiful.
I did not understand your question. But I'm not blaming the government because of the governor. I am blaming the system from the head. And I'm talking about the system from the head. I'm blaming William Samoei Ruto. So these are issues of the governors are doing. It is because the man up there is not up to task. Why is he not up to task? Because he's there illegitimate, is there wrongfully. He did not win the elections, though the court and our IBC declared him. But from where I see it, he did not. And that's why I'm saying he doesn't have the goodwill, because he got it on a platter, on a silver platter. And that's why you can see he's violating the Constitution. Whatever he's doing is just violation of the Constitution. You see, so I'm not blaming the Ruto because of the government. No. I'm blaming Ruto. Ruto has got no goodwill. Ruto cannot revive this economy. He has got no clue. He has spoken, his advisor, several times about William Ruto's incapability of revamping the economy from his own system. So get me right. I'm blaming Ruto because he doesn't have a goodwill and doesn't have that knowledge to revive our economy. And the issue of the bursary now, I'm not, Jake can tell us exactly what is going on, because Pastor Mburu said there are governors who are paying bursary, and why are they paying the bursaries and others are claiming that they have not received the money? From me, I don't know that government who's actually 100% paying their bursary to the student. I don't know that governor. What I know, that there are many children who are not even reported to school, even as I am talking to you. So maybe just will tell us which governor is that who is perfectly disbursing money for the student, and yet other governors are complaining. So just tell us, who is that governor who is doing a good job?
Well, you guys are really throwing me under the hot sauce, eh?
Maybe there's somebody behind, maybe there are people behind who can help us.
Yeah. Let me do this.
Pastor, because I know you might leave, can I ask just a question? Just one question before I forget. Maybe, Pastor, do you understand just the same question I had asked about the bursary system? Who is supposed to be given the bursary in Kenya? Because you have said that all students are not getting the bursary. How does the bursary, and Jakes, I had requested you.
Let me help you on that, because
Yes.
I think you don't understand it. Bursaries are given on all levels. There is the national bursaries, which is under the Ministry of Education. There is the county bursary, which is under the governors. And lastly, there is bursaries that are given to members of parliament. So
Under CDF and GAF.
members of parliament. So
Yeah, under CDF and GAF, right?
yeah, but what the Ruto government did when it came in, the capitation that was being given to schools per child was 22,000. Then they lowered it to 12,000, but they disbanded only 4,000 to schools. And they have given headmasters and the headmistress ultimatum that they should not do what? They should not increase school fees. So
Yeah,
there's
you're
a
right.
crisis within the education sector. Now, the monies that you are saying has been disbanded. It's going to be disbanded later. Now, it's the forms they gave for application to see the needy people. No child has gotten bursaries from the governors. It's the forms that they were given, and these forms are the ones they were filling. And once you qualify, he puts it down, and we are waiting for that money for Machogu to disband it. If you can go look at the clip of one member of parliament, Mr. Aram, how he was explaining it. And you can understand that there is a crisis. The man is not doing what? He is not disbanding the money the way it's supposed to. So I don't think the governors have gotten it yet, but they are yet to get it. And that is why you are seeing now members of parliament supporting students with their own money. Okay? So I don't think Wamatang is doing a good job. It's only that he has distributed the forms. You saw Simbarati was also doing the same in Kisi before there was shootout. There were forms that were given, and you passed all the forms. And when the money comes in, then you pay it. If you look at what Arama was saying, Machogo has refused to do his duty to disband the money, yet he has the money because it was budgeted for, and it was already it's within the treasury, because this is something that was passed in the bill in parliament and it was budgeted for. Yeah.
And equally, to add on that, there is also some misinformation. At times, the president says 60 billion has been released. The schools say it has not. At times, they say money has been released to the counties. Governors, when they meet, they say that hasn't happened. MPs are told CDF will reflect in the account maybe in a week or two. The weeks pass on. So some of those misinformation equally are really causing all this, because um, you could maybe believe money was released, but when now the people who are responsible to receive, when they speak, they say that hasn't happened. I think you saw yesterday governors say that they, when they had the meeting at IBEC, they wanted the money. They wanted the money to be released. In fact, they even had a contentious issue. They wanted it to be increased from 385 to 450, given that they're saying they need to add the money they're giving to schools. So that equally is happening. So that's how I may answer it, to add on what Alex has just given in. But that's a matter maybe we can look at deeper tomorrow. But before I even go to tomorrow, I am equally joined by Leo Themba, and but Leo amesema anashughulikia net, ameni text hapo nyuma ya curtain, but Themba is equally joining us. Mr. Themba, how are you? Hope you're well.
I'm good. The reason I came, I hope Alex, I hope you're well, and Jeff. The reason I came is to seek clarification from
Please do.
From I think Alex and Buru does the same. Is there funds that is released that is specifically written that this is bursary fund?
No, we don't have. What happens is there's a law. When you read NGCDF, there's a percentage that's meant to go to school, and that is what MPs use for the same. Government as well release what we call capitation. That as well goes to school. Capitation goes to all the children, all of them. NGCDF, I think, should go to beneficiaries, and especially to the needy, to those mostly vulnerable. But we even have MCAs nowadays giving bursaries, governors giving bursaries. Not that we have money assigned as this is what do you call it? This is what do you call it? Bursary or what? But there are cappings. For example, they're told if you get let's say 100 shillings, 20% of that money should go to school, and it should cater for ABCD. So there is a law for that, but to have a money said in pesa ya bursary, no, we don't have such money, but we have like laws or wordings suggestive of the same. That's how I would answer it, but I don't know if Alex, you have a different answer.
Yeah, there's no specific, but there is unwritten law that there's money that when you get, especially the CDF, in international government CDF, they put money aside for the needy students to go to school for. So, but there is no exactly that this money is for bursaries, but
So,
traditionally.
so we are saying that there's no money written that this is bursary. It is the Constituency Development Fund is released to the constituency, to the constituency
Members of
committee
Parliament.
that does that. Then there's the constituency committee that does that. But it is up to the committee to prioritize what development agenda they are going to put much more money into, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they might prioritize. They might decide that, okay, fine, this time we are not putting this amount. We are putting less amount. So that's the clarification I was seeking, because there was an impression that there's money that is released that is just for bursary, and that is what I was getting. That there's money that is given to a particular constituency as this for bursary, but as we are saying, is that it's not written bursary. So if Wamatangi has decided to give 5,000 to all his constituents, if there's no place that is written that he should have given 10,000 but not 5,000. And similarly, to other governors, I mean other governors or constituency or whatever. Capitation, what Jex is talking about, I'm aware of the capitation part, and which that one is specific. That one is specific that it's going to students and fees. But the others is left to the constituency, the MP, the Constituency Development Committee. I think there's the Constituency Committee, and the other one is for governors. In this case, therefore, just to close it up, is out of that clarification, therefore, when students are not going to school because money has not come, or money has come but students still are not going to school, then I think it's up to all the levels. It's up to all the levels. As an MP, do you just want to wait for the Constituency Development Fund to come, other than using your influence and connection and network to ensure that education is prioritized in your constituency? As a governor, I'm thinking there should be out of the box thinking, because if when you are blaming the national government, you are blaming whichever arm that is supposed to be bringing money. At that point, the student is not going to school. And if you are a governor, if you are an MP, the moment you're elected, I think it's up to you to start thinking, what are some of the immediate needs of my constituency? Our politicians, especially in the country, Jex, are used to, they have picked a particular trajectory of, you'll elect them and then the blame game starts from day one, you see? And it has come from downwards up to the upper level, you see? The president, Ruto and Gachagua, are blaming, everybody is blaming everybody else. is blaming Uhuru for and the previous government for bad economy.
Yeah.
The governors are blaming the national government for no money. The MP is blaming the government for not, the governor for not giving bursary. So we have seized the opportunity to excuse our failures as leaders. So I think while, yes, there are systems that have been set by the Constitution, but can we start holding our leaders accountable? Did we elect you to give us excuses? You see, let's have the schools talk about capitation coming from the government, not coming. But let's not have a leader blaming. Ruto will blame Uhuru, but has that put food on your table? The governor will blame the national government, but have the people gone to school? You see now, if we could start holding them, telling them, okay, fine, this money, if it doesn't come for 5 years, will our children not go to school? You were not put in leadership to give excuses and to blame someone else. You are put in leadership to offer solutions. So what are the out-of-the-box solutions that you can start thinking about? An idea like even having the students telling them, okay, fine, as a governor, I'm giving a guarantee. Let all the students in my constituency who are not having fees go to school. You know? So that we, as you're seeking money, as you're looking for that money, as you're going to government, these students are in school, because a day passed without going to school, that child is missing out. So in my view, while yes, we acknowledge the structures and the bureaucracy, but our leaders have also failed because they are refusing to think out of the box. And it starts from up. We are blaming everybody. I'll blame Jex. Like they say, the cat will, the what? The child will blame the cat. That trajectory where it starts from up, and then the cat will blame the child for it knocking off the milk and the milk pouring. So you see, there's that trajectory where everybody is blaming everybody else, but nobody is offering solution. That is what I need to say, Jex.
All right. I'm looking for a clip that explains those funds. I think I had seen it somewhere. I'll get it for you. But even before I do that,
complication.
yeah.
The complication came when, the court pronounced CDF to be illegal,
Unconstitutional.
unconstitutional. But people become members of parliament because of that money they are manning. There's a lot of money they are given. So once they gave them again that money, because they wanted that money to be given to the county government directly, so that through the CEC of education, it will be better distributed. But the members of parliament refused. They wanted also that part. The proper solution was to not to give this money to members of parliament, members of county assembly. There was to be a structure. If there was a best structure, it should have been national, so that we keep the capitation, because it was 22,000. Instead of giving all this money to go to all these governors and all these members of parliament, you add it to maybe 30,000, and school fees is almost free. So that why is this money being distributed to all these people? It's because they want to feel that they have power. They want to take these children to school, and it's like it's them contributing this money to them. So I wish we could not have changed CDF to the national government, and I think that was conniving character. But the members of parliament, that's how they get clout. That is what they do to get clout, so that they can be re-elected. But in a proper society, with the devolution being there, the members of parliament, their work is to legislate. It's not to distribute money for CDF. It's not to make roads. They are supposed to sit in parliament and do what? Legislate. And the moment they got that money, they forgot what legislation was. There are people you will never hear this. They have given any bill. They've been in parliament for 20 years, but they've never sponsored any bill. So CDF was a curse to our members of parliament, and it made them weak so that people can start looking at the best member of parliament is Babu Owino, amejenga hii barabara, anapeana basari. I mean, that is not how we look at legislation. Legislation, you look at the bills you have sponsored so that we can have a working parliament. We are not having a working parliament because of CDF. If CDF could be taken out, very few people will want to run for that seat. Only intellectuals and people who have intellectual discussion in parliament could take that seat.
Yeah, raising very interesting remarks, Bwana Alex. Bwana Seth, do you agree that some of our MPs only run because of CDF, not that they want to help Mwananchi, but they know how they benefit from it?
First of all, I want to appreciate Alex for that candid explanation on CDF thing. I got a point from him. I think I needed to know that, and right now I have the knowledge about the CDF. There is a biblical story about a young king, somewhere in the First King and also in the Book of Chronicle. This king is called King Jehoshaphat. When he became a king, he was young, but he took over from a nation which had a lot of problems, political problems, social problems, and even the economy wasn't good. And the economy wasn't good because of the previous previous king. So he's taking a government which had problems caused by the previous king. But I'm learning something good out of this King Jehoshaphat. He knew what he wanted to do. Murunanski, are you there? He knew what he wanted to do. This boy said, I will build a fleet. He spoke his vision, he spoke his intention, and he spoke his blueprint. I will build a fleet. Why? Because he wanted to restore the economy of Judah. There was no time to blaming the previous regime. He never blamed the previous regime. I will build a fleet. He's taken over the responsibility to tackle even the previous problem, to solve the problem which was there before. And he put the logistic down. He had a goodwill. So our president, I'm still saying, even if we talk about the CDF, we talk about blah, 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 the problem of Kenya is William Samoei Ruto. That's the guy is the problem. And if this guy can be removed from power, I'm so certain that our economy will be okay, our education will be okay, even our health sector will be okay. Jehoshaphat said, I will build a fleet. And this fleet will not go to Asia. Our president is in Italy right now. This fleet will not go to Asia, will not go to any other country, but it will go to Africa. Uzen Gabe is somewhere in Ethiopia. Uzen Gabe in Africa. So our problem is not even those foreign countries. Our problem, we have a president who has got no goodwill. We have a president who wanted to be a president for prestige. He wanted to be a president for prestige. I'm certain that Ruto has never run a company. If I'm wrong, let somebody tell me you are wrong. This man has never run a company. From the university time, this man has been in politics. Politics after politics, politics after politics. The issue of Kuku, Anybody can do cuckoo business. So the problem we have a president who has got no knowledge about the economy. He became a president for one prestige. I want to be a big man, but he has no capacity, and that's where the problem is. So our problem is the big man. When the big man is done away with, I'm certain things will be okay. Thank you.
All right, beautiful. Brenda, do you agree that most of these politicians, the purpose they join in parliament is more or less for the CDF? Because hata salary yao ukiipiga hesabu and the money they use to campaign, it's not even really worth spending the much they spend, right? To what do you call it? To get that seat. So is CDF the thing they really fight for and the tenders that come from the government? Because I don't think it's just the salary they go for. The salary is not everything they go for.
Jex, unaona mtu anafanya kazi akiretire, anataka kuwa politician. Mtu anaweza, someone even anaacha kazi yake, hajafika age of retirement, anakuja kwa politics. Na ukiangalia kind of politics, wana others have become diabolic. That means there is something they are getting there. That's why you see they are bribing. You cannot give a politician cannot give out his money not knowing where he's going to recover that money from. I am certain, and I agree with the panelists who said that they are there because of those CDF. They are there because their money, their money they are getting. And I agree with them. If that thing can be removed, there will be not many people interested in joining politics. People who will be joining politics are the people who will be having goodwill. People who actually will be having a good intention of helping their constituents.
All right. Question: do you agree that CDF is one of the reasons they really vie for this seat? Themba, are you there? All right. Even as I come back to Mboro. Mboro, do you agree that CDF is one of the reasons many work very hard to be MPs? Because the salary is not the only thing. It's not that much. But CDF, they could have a way of getting some money in it from there. And that's why they work very hard to get into those positions, not really to serve Mwananchi, but to get their hands into the cookie jar. What do you make of that sentiment from Alex?
Yeah, Alex is 100% correct. And you saw the outcry when the court had ruled that the members of parliament are not supposed to handle the CDA. And Jakes, I want to say that the whole system about bursary is confused. And not about bursary, but how we handle money as a nation, we need to rethink. Because tell me, the members of parliament, they are legislatures. They are supposed to set laws. And we have also given them the role of county development. Under the same county, we have the county governments. Do you know what we call that? We call it in human resource management, the role ambiguity. There is confusion. All the money in the county is supposed to go to one account, the same coffer. But now here we have the governor has his money. We have the member of parliament has his money. We have an MCA, even the MCA are fighting to have their money. And right now they make sure that the governor release some millions of money to them. And if they don't pass their bills. You see?
We don't handle, we don't manage our money prudently. So Alex was very correct when he is saying these members of parliament, many of them are there because of the money they receive from the CDF. So we need to restructure our systems. We need to put, an honest government. Our systems are not honest. Because just tell me, why do we have governor having money? Why do we start from the national government? That the national government has some money, it disperses to the students directly. Then we have the governor has some money that direct to the same student, the same schools. We have an MP, the same. We have the MCA. I mean, and also even the women reps, they have some money.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. So at the end of the day, we lose a lot of money as a nation. And that is the problem. So what we can be doing when we come on air is to keep on emphasizing and let our leaders know that they have corrupted even our systems. And that is why the nation is suffering so much.
Alex, even if I ask you, do you even have data to make sure we don't replicate so that one person who has learned the system does not get all the sorry, Alex seems to have dropped. Yeah, he's back. Alex, I'm asking this question. Do we have like data or a system where we don't replicate our duties or our funding to these children, in that one child can get the funds from MCA, from the MP, from the women rep, from the governor, and then equally still get from the national government, angukia pate ya wings to fly one child, and then at the expense of others? Do we have data to show us to make sure we don't replicate one child severally? Do we even have such, or
No,
we
we
just
don't.
get the money, the person mwenye anaenda kutafuta mwenye atapea ni MCA?
We don't, because that was what our governor was saying in Kisi. He said, look, let's bring all these pool for bursaries.
Oh, sorry. It seems.
And then he told them so that we don't replica this money and give one child more than he's supposed to. Because I may be giving this child some money, you are giving, but we both deny another needy child. But they refused because they want to man this money alone. And let me tell you, the money they are getting is a lot. It's millions of money, in the tune of hundreds of millions. And it's being managed by the county assembly, the county management board. So sometimes they swindle this money. Remember when Onyonka was the MP for Kitutu Chache?
Yeah.
He was found buying sugar of 300 million kwa pesa ya CDF. This is why they go there. Yeah? And when they give bursaries, they don't give enough bursaries for these kids to come to school. They just give a raindrop in the sea. So there's nobody oversighting them.
All right.
There's nobody oversighting them. That's the problem of CDF, and that's why it was, it was declared illegal, because there was no clarity of how this money, who it goes to, how much it went to, which school these kids are. I mean, they could not get the data the way it should be, so that integrity and credibility can be shown in front of the court. So when somebody took them to court and said that these things should be legal, these people are busy going kwa matanga kupeana pesa yenye ntakana iende kwa watoto. I mean, he was very right. Somebody took them to court.
Actually, the worst part is a governor can say that because you didn't vote for me. I think even one time Osoro mentioned such a thing, that because you didn't vote for me, I won't give you bursary. I don't know if you're
Osoro said
really.
that, and Osoro said that, and he did not give those who never voted for him.
Is it even right? Is that not denying someone? Because it is your right to choose who you want. So why should you be
These
punished?
are kids. These are kids you are giving. They did not have a right to vote. It's their parent who voted.
Exactly.
Yeah?
So why
They should
punish
not
the
even,
child for the sins of the father?
yeah, that's what they do. I mean, families who are needy are denied because they are in ODM. You know, they are denied money completely. So, I mean, the CDF thing, Mr.
All right.
It's very complicated. And how it came about,
All right.
Ruto got everything. Remember, Ruto had 6 memorandums that he wrote to the parliament, and he attached the CDF there. And he said, if you do not vote for it, then somebody, a member of parliament from Nyakach said, remove CDF on the side so that we can vote this one. Ruto said, no,
All right.
these 6 points of the memorandum, you either vote for them or you refuse them. Because they needed the CDF so much, they voted for it overwhelmingly. Yes.
Wow, this conversation, I don't think itaisha. But Alex, if you can give me your closing remarks, because we are, I think, tulianza na wewe 4 hours down, and we have another one. So if you can give me your closing remarks as well. But before you do that, allow me to thank many ambao wameparticipate kwa comment section and the many panelists who joined us today. Thank you very much for really being part of this. Thank you so very much. So, Alex, I'll ask you to give me your closing remarks equally, Bwanamboro, because we equally have to. I know we can talk, and the matters are still so many. We can always plan another good show. But it was nice to have you guys. It is always a pleasure to have you on board. Yes, Bwana Alex.
I just want to thank you for the commitment you've made to be here, even when sometimes you're sick. And I think the channel is being built in a good way. Afrique 24. Let us subscribe and let us like, let us comment. That is how the channel will grow, because we have some very good conversations here sometimes. Sometimes tunaweza enda kutegea kidogo, but like today, the conversation was very good, because when we talk of issues that, you know, unite us, we are also united. Today we agreed with Mbulu more than disagreeing. You know, he
Yeah,
also
today your
agreed
bad is
with
Karibu
Mr.
hata
G.
naulize you guys when did you make up, but anyway, Mboro will tell me you may attend, and equally Alex.
We
But
were talking
these
the
guys,
reality.
when it is now Azimio Kenya Kwanza, I can tell you inakwanga smoky hot. Yes, Mboro, I'm sure Alex amedrop out and Rodi.
Disagreeing
Yes,
partly.
Mboro, your closing remarks, and what do you make of the show today?
Oh, thank you so much, Jex. I don't know whether you are hearing some noise. I'm driving.
I can hear some wind.
Yeah, I have really enjoyed the show. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to make our contribution. And yeah, that's the way to go. Let us keep on talking to one another. Let us keep informing the nation. You are doing a good job. We have enjoyed the show. Thank you so much, Alex, Mr. G, Reverend. And Alex, remember to send me Reverend's number. Send me Alex's number. And
I have all the
yeah.
Mboro, I have all the contacts. I'll send you. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
send me the yeah, and anybody who'd like to send something to Alex, who has been in the hospital, I think yeah, anybody can do that. Maybe you can encourage people to send something. Those who know him in the show, just to support. It's good to support. For me, I like when we can support one another. So yeah, send me also his number. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mboro. Alex, ulikatika ukimalizia.
No, nilimaliza Jack. Nilimaliza.
Oh, ulimaliza. Fantastic. You guys are just but amazing. Asante sana. We do this tomorrow morning. I really pray nitaweza. Today I tried. I did try. kidogo kidogo Alex akaniambia ni saa 12. I don't want to say what happened to the morning show today. Alex na kina Mr. G tutaongea hizo story baadaye, but leo ni ile siku but you guys mlinijenga, you know. Kaa kuna mtu anapenda hiyo show ya asubuhi ni good year, so let's make sure we have it well, but good year, we are working on something you will enjoy it once we are through together with Alex and Mr. G, so that the show is well prepared, because we have several newspapers we look at, and some of these newspapers zinakufanya you really have to read a lot, but so far so good. Amaje, Alex?
Yeah, ndio.
Yeah, we are almost getting there, so you will enjoy once. I think tomorrow we should be, tomorrow we should be good. Leo ilikuwa happy. I don't want to really pour more, but we will talk about it and summarize that. I think by tomorrow, tomorrow morning, no, today morning, today is 31st, we will have a morning review. But we equally did that in this show. We looked at the newspaper, just the surface of it. But thank you so much, my panelists, and equally my comment section able guys for making part of this show, and equally those who are viewing. I still have a guys watching. Asante sana Moro, asante Alex, asante sana Reverend Seth, asante sana Themba, Mr. G. Thank you so very much for gracing the show and being part of this wonderful conversation. Good year, shaanza kuniambia nimeanza kuwa mse wa empty promises. Oh my goodness, I didn't want to be described that way, but good year ni sawa tu, but you still equally promised me an alarm, sijasahau. But anyway, I'm not a politician, good year. But thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Asante kwa kuwa part of the show. Let's meet tomorrow morning at 9. Alex, I'm sure today tutamanage, tutaweza, tutaifanya vizuri. We will prepare so well. The newspapers are ready. Everything is ready. The documentations is ready. If you want to know what I'm talking about, just go to this video you're watching. Look at the description. You'll see what we are talking about. Go to the description and read. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about. That is the work we are doing, so as to make sure that you don't just enjoy the video, you're able even to follow through by the notes we are making. So read those notes and it will really be informative to you. There's only one topic we didn't cover, but we'll tackle it tomorrow, and that is about IMF. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. God bless you. Have a fantastic one. It's always a pleasure to be part of this show. I'm, as usual, your host, Jakes, the moderator. We do this tomorrow morning, and we will do it so well. All right? See you, and God bless you. Make sure you keep touch, keep tuned, and above all, be there as we are there. Thank you so much. God bless you. See you tomorrow. All right? Kuna kasong jana nilimwambia nitawachezea. Hii kasong nimeweza kuifanya iache kuwa na copyright. Huyu jamaa ametuingililia. Huyu jamaa ametuchomea kama Kenya. I know ni Kiswahili sana, but listen to vile anaingilia president wetu, our girls, our country, and
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Ziwa la Victoria linaunganisha Kenya na Uganda, Kenya na Tanzania. Fika Mombasa, mito wa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu.
PPMC Production.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya kupendeza, kamwe hatutaiacha. Kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha. Kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha. Mwenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya.